Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I have in the YouTube side a link if you want to come on and join me. Okay, we have someone already. What's going on, brother?
Sitting here watching videos of that ATF director today.
Oh, Jesus. Do you believe that shit?
They kind of condensed it for YouTube, and so
Yeah.
my roommate was listening to it a while ago. I was letting him hear it. It was a mess.
Yeah, but this is what I like. I like it when they come out of the woodwork and they are like totally anti-gun and anti-American, because every time one of these sons of bitches comes against the Constitution and comes out of the woodwork and says, hey, I hate guns and I'm going to come and take door to door, take all your guns and outlaw a bunch of stuff, the American people all get up off their couches and they said, hey, wait a minute. No, you are absolutely tyrannical, and this is the whole idea behind the Constitution. Obama tried the exact same thing after Sandy Hook, and boom, it blew up in his face, and it ended up costing him almost nothing getting past a filibuster for the rest of his 8 years there. And I see the same thing about the blow up for Biden. I think he's not going to
Yeah,
get nothing passed now, because just like that idiot from Texas that said he was coming for our guns when he was running for president, and then they threw him to the wayside, and then Biden said he was going to make him his czar,
yeah.
gun czar.
Oh,
And
Lord.
I'm like, in America, a gun czar? Really? We're socialists now? Communism light? Yeah, that's not going over too well. And the whole do not back the police department. You're starting to see violent crime spike in every democratic city that has defunded their police department and ridiculed them in enough ways that their lead management have either retired early or quit.
Yep. And
And I can't blame them. I would not go to work running the risk of not only not coming home, but being arrested for doing my job and spend the rest of my life in prison, being, molested every day because I was a cop.
yeah, I was hearing today that I could be wrong because the media is online. They said that they're flying BLM flags on all U.S. embassies. I went, what? I think Biden is on his friggin' head.
Yeah,
Oh,
he,
party.
he has no control over anything. It's basically being ran by Nancy Pelosi in the backstage, and he's being told what to say and do because he's got the brain equivalency of a 70-year-old man. That is, a normal 70-year-old man should have his grandkids on his lap and should be, relaxing and enjoying his twilight years and not trying to run a country. Shit, I wouldn't let the man run a 7-Eleven.
I wouldn't either. No, no way. I think what's going to I was reading a poll right before you did this, about maybe 2 hours ago. And all of a sudden, the polls, even on Fox News, is starting to shift against Biden. I was looking on the phone.
Yep.
Everybody thinks he's too liberal. Rush Limbaugh predicted this.
Yes. They're going to eat their own.
Mm-hmm.
It's because they go so far left that no matter what they do politically, it's against one of their rules and regulations. And then the youngsters that are pushing this nonsense bullshit end up eating their own people alive. It happened to Hillary Clinton when she called the extreme predators about certain black groups of individuals that are gang members, which she's totally correct.
Mm-hmm.
Blacks represent 13% of the United States population, but yet they're responsible for 50% of all violent crime in the United States. And there's a reason for that. It's because the Democratic Party has neutered the nuclear family in the African American family. He's taken away the man's role and replaced it with a government nipple. And basically Lyndon B. Johnson did this to the African Americans, and I cannot believe they're still voting for these Democratic politicians that keep screwing them. Look what Clinton did with the minimum mandatory sentencing for drug arrest. He put literally thousands of youth under the age of 18 in federal prisons for drug offenses because the communities asked for more help. It's just crap. The whole system is rigged, and just like that idiot Lightfoot, that's the mayor of Chicago.
Oh yeah.
She keeps thinking everybody, is systemic racist, and yet she grew up and went to all white schools. There were like less than a dozen black people in every one of her classes. You should see the pictures. It's her being an African American surrounded by white people, but yet she made the top 10% of her class, graduated with honors, and was class president 3 years running. So you're telling me that because you're black, you couldn't get ahead when you did exactly that? You got ahead in all your classes. You did it in a white orientated classroom with white teachers. You were not held back because of your skin color. You were promoted because of your content under your skin, which everybody should be judged on their content of character, not the color of their skin. But the Democrats have you believe that there's all this racism when in fact they are causing the racism. They are causing a divide in this country between white and blacks. There's never been this much racism, not since this, pretend racism is what I like to call it. Real people, real African Americans that actually lived through a lot of racism were back in the 50s and 60s, and especially in the South. They fought a lot of problems, with, people not letting them be all they could be just because of the color of their skin. And I don't believe that should be allowed either. And it's not. If you look at today, we have black leaders. We had a black president run 8 years in office. We have a vice president that's a black female. This thing that you can't, that this is the expression I've heard. If you're white, what is it? The sky is open to you. If you're black, the sky's the limit, or something to a reference of that. But that isn't anymore. And you even have leading black community leaders saying the exact same thing I am, that this victimhood has been pushed on the black people for the last 40 to 50 years. And it's not right. You shouldn't do that to people.
I know it's going to turn into a revolution, or not another American Revolution if we keep on. That's what they're doing the same thing in Palestine, or not Palestine, but in Israel. They say they're teaching Hamas, the same liberal groups as over there are teaching the Palestinians the U.S. is evil, they're racist. Israel's evil, they're racist. And they say they're indoctrinating the exact same way as they're trying to do here. And
I wouldn't doubt it. Propaganda spreads just like propaganda spreads. G23, K24, DJ Play Nice, what are you fellas up to this evening? MCK.
Oh, I didn't see him. I was on the wrong click. I had to go.
Yeah.
I see him.
MK Joe. Good evening. We're just doing a late night little rant on the ATF new administrator, and we need to get everyone fired up and start getting a little upset. And start making phone calls and calling their senators in their states and let them know that we are not going to be told and given laws by a police force, no matter if it's federal or not. They do not make up the laws. The laws have to be passed by the House and the Senate and signed off by the president. That's the way it works. We don't have law enforcement agencies dictate law.
Did any of you all see the hearings today on the ATF agent or leader, I should say, the new leader? They'll probably eventually tie it. We got lag here too.
Yeah, we got a little lag, but because we're cutting through StreamYard and going to YouTube, so. But the bottom thing is they're trying right now to change the definition of a lower receiver in a frame so that they can incorporate the barrel, the slide, the upper receiver, and anything used as a parts kit as part of the gun, which has never been before. I encourage all my listeners to pass this along. You can go to a GOA's website, and they have a petition, and they also have a form already pre-filled out that you can register as an opinion not to change the definition of a firearm receiver, and send that off. Every one of those helps. If you need the exact link, I encourage you to go to Gun Websites site and watch his last live stream on it, and he's got direct links on his comment section, and if anybody's got one, you can throw them up here. I'd appreciate it.
There's West Covina Dodge. Yeah, he claimed everything was a any semi-automatic above 22 caliber 223-556 and with a magazine is an assault weapon. He's an idiot. My goodness. I mean,
well, he's just they're coming out. It used to be liberals would say, "Oh, we're only trying to do gun safety and common sense gun laws." Well, they finally thrown that book away because we finally had enough that we're tired of hearing that BS story thrown down our throats every 5 minutes. No, they don't. They want to have all the guns so that they can do whatever they want with a stroke of a pen, and we will be submissive to it. The only thing that keeps them from stomping over us and taking away the rest of the Constitution is the fact that they would have at least 500,000 people stand up with firearms and say, hey, no way. There's no way you're doing this. This is unconstitutional and it's illegal in our country. And we will remove you from office if by force, if by needed. You know, it's basically what the Constitution is written for, because when the founding fathers wrote the Constitution and we went to war with England, not once, but again in 1812, 1776, 1812, they tried it again and we stomped their asses again. And we found out at that time that the only threat the United States of America will ever have is the United States of America on itself, and a tyrannical government turning tyrannical like it has. Have you looked at pictures of downtown Washington, D.C. with the concertina wire, barbed wire fences and galvanized chain link fences? It looks like a war zone. It's never looked like that, not even back in the Civil War did we have that kind of.
The only similar time when I was a kid, Johnson did put National Guard on the Capitol steps, I think, back then. But
yes,
it wasn't like it is now, I don't think.
No, it looks like they're fighting a war. It looks like they're getting ready to fight a war.
Yeah.
And I think if he keeps pushing his luck, he's going to get one. Yeah. And I'm not telling anybody to go out there and do anything stupid, but I'm just saying if he pushes his luck, history, if you don't learn from it, you're destined to repeat it. And when they started pushing taxes and taking away our civil and God-given rights, we said no. And a bunch of farmers and townspeople rose up and beat the most powerful army in the world at the time. Not once, but twice.
Yeah.
Of course, the second time we had learned a little bit more and had our shit together. So we beat them real bad in 1812.
I'm an old guy now, and I never thought this is weird to see a ATF director sit and say all the guns are assault weapons. That's just, good God, what has happened here? This is just unreal to see that guy act that way. The same thing as, like I said this earlier, maybe with you. It's like putting Wayne LaPierre or the GOA, let's put them in the ATF agency. You know what the left would do in the media if we did that? They would go, boom, retard.
Yep.
Only the left thinks they can get by with this crap because the media's with them.
We got James Poland, West Covina Dodge. Gentlemen, what is going on? Willie the Bullet Man. I have a link pinned in the YouTube side on the comments. If anyone wants to stop in.
Yeah, it is the commies in government. That's the problem. They're overtaking it.
Well, yeah, and they keep bringing up like, oh, their communism works. Look at Switzerland, Sweden, and all these other. And I'm like, okay, they have communistic distribution of public funds, but they are a capitalist country. That's how they make their money. Communism does not work. It doesn't matter who deploys it or puts it out. They say democratic communism. You know who the first person to use that term was? Adolf Hitler. And basically, the bottom line is back in 1939, democratic communism. And basically, communism as a structured government does not work. It leads to a bunch of poor people and a bunch of rich people, and then a tyrannical ruler that taxes the rich people so that they can stay above the common law thread. And that's what's going on in China. I have a brother-in-law, a mother-in-law from China. They both speak fluid Mandarin. They are U.S. citizens, went through the entire program. And the bottom line is there are two classes of people in China. You have the wealthy and you have the poor, and that's it. And it was lucky that my family that's related to me now through marriage was of the poor section. I mean, of the rich section, not the poor, because the poor, basically, those people are treated like cattle. And, those are the ones that work in sweatshops and stuff like that. And I mean, there's areas where my brother-in-law told me that they make all the rifle scopes. And he used to do marketing for a lot of the companies over in the US. That's how he learned English. They taught him English to be able to talk to the people over here buying products from their factories. That's when he told me that like Vortex, Nikon, a lot of these big scope manufacturing name brands are all made in one of like 3 or 4 big factories, and they just have different grades of glass and then personal detail to the actual aluminum body and stuff like that to make them different.
Vanessa Kitty, social programs are not necessarily communist. I agree with that. If you look back at Ronald Reagan in 1964, he talks about how the socialist platform in America wanted to put Americans into healthcare, because if we could ever get them, they could ever get them into healthcare, and then eventually the food too and everything, they would have total power, the politicians, in time. Reagan talks about that in a 64 video.
Yep.
That was the first steps into communism in America.
Yep. Yeah. And the whole thing about feeding the people is, we have our bread gets in lines for us to it presents itself to us in lines for us to pick it up and purchase it. In the Soviet Union, they have bread lines. They have people that get in lines for the bread.
Yeah. You've heard Neil Boortz. A lot of people hate him. Here in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Years
Well,
ago,
here's
Neil Bortz, the radio talk master
yeah.
years ago, yeah, he talked years ago. He had a person he brought from the Soviet Union into America back when it was still strong, and they went to a shopping grocery store in America, and they broke down in tears. They could not believe you could actually we had this kind of food available to the American people.
Yeah.
And the person actually cried. I don't remember what person he was talking about. It was somebody he knew that he had brought over here, and they cried. They couldn't believe it.
If what I like to see with social programs are these churches. When I was growing up, I went to private. I was Protestant baptized, but I was Catholic, and I like to tell people I was baptized Protestant, molested Catholic. But I spent kindergarten through 12th grade in Catholic high school in Orlando, and we did a lot of help outreach and stuff like that. And if the government wants to sponsor through churches a certain percentage of money, I don't have a problem with that. But I don't want government giving out anything to the people. That's what church is. That's what we have the Salvation Army. That's what we have a lot of other facilities set up already to do those type of outreach programs without the government getting it. Because the government gets involved in anything and they fuck it up. It costs 10 times what it should, and not anyone hardly gets helped, and somebody gets rich somewhere. And I'd much rather see a nonprofit like a church, or or
Mhm.
those 501(c)s that are set up to help people
Right.
outreach, do the thing. It's just like with the COVID vaccines. They've got places like Walgreens and CVS giving the injections out, and they don't have a lot of hospitals doing it unless there's only that facility where you live. But usually they're private companies doing it, and it's for free, and the government's paying them to do it. But I like to see that because I like to see private companies doing each state doing their own thing. I don't like to see big government involved in anything. I hate big government
Yeah, I agree.
because it's bad. Anytime you get powerful government used in these people that have been in government for 40 and 50 years straight, and you look at their track record and they've never accomplished anything. And in fact, people like Dianne Feinstein, she leaked information on a serial killer that was stopped when she was mayor of San Francisco. She leaked information on that killer that was going around killing men and women in their homes late at night, the Night Stalker or something like that. And she released information about the shoes that he was wearing, and they never recovered those shoes when they finally caught the guy. And then everybody was like, yeah, it's just shit like that. I'm just like, I agree, certain social programs work, but I just I'm not into government.
Me either. I'm the same way. I'm all about that. Who was it? West Covina Dodge said something earlier. A time of choosing. I had a friend years ago come here. Her whole family's Democrat, and she's not political. She's sitting here watching a YouTube. I think I had it on, and I put a time of choosing on. This was probably 8 years ago, and she looked at, even though it was black and white, she looked and she says, "My goodness, he knows how to talk. Wow, he's amazing." I said, "That's Reagan. That's the guy that years later we voted for president twice." I said, "He could out-talk Bill Clinton, that's for sure."
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was good. And,
Bill Clinton, the only thing Bill Clinton had going for him was he knew how to work ladies. He was a ladies man. He got more tail than any president in the
yeah,
history of presidents, and he could sweet talk people. He
yeah,
was an Arkansas salesman is what he was, and you could just, and he was good at what he did. But I think President Obama had very good speech skills as well. He could articulate very well to the people, and he used that. But the problem was he was trying to fight an uphill battle because the statements he had made about guns in this country, and every politician that ever runs on an anti-gun campaign eventually loses, because what happens is it sounds good in the beginning, and then once you see what they're talking about doing, you're like, hey, wait a minute, that's way overreach. What's going on? And of course, you give them an inch, they take a mile. So then when they start taking these ridiculous actions, people are immediately like, hell no. We just had, probably a million gun owners that are Democrat just buy their first firearms ever, when just because of the BLM movement and because of the defunding the police. It scared people. They're like, hey, if I call the police and I get, we're only available from 8 in the morning till 6 in the afternoon. Leave a message and we'll dispatch a social worker within the next 24 hours when somebody's halfway in your window. Come on, that kind of shit doesn't work. It used to be they're only minutes away when seconds count. Now they may be 24 hours away. So, people woke up and said, hey, look, whether or not I agreed with owning a gun, times have changed to where things are different now. I need to be able to defend my family. And there's a lot of Democrats out there that are like eating their own words, because I've seen them come into the gun ranges up here for training. And they're like, hey, I'm not here to invest $1 million in this. I just want to be able to defend my family. And I'm like, let me guess, you voted for Biden. Well, yeah, I did. Well, yep, there's your problem right there.
I was watching Mike Lee grill a little bit, just in a short snippet on YouTube this evening. And he's asking and talking about basically same thing about the assault weapons and stuff. He hit that guy good. He hit that, what's his name, Chip? I don't remember his last name. ATF director guy, the one that's going to be. He whacked him pretty good. Lee's pretty good lawyer. He knows how to talk to him. So he got on him.
Warsaw Patriot. Yeah, brother, I know what you're talking about. I grew up in a Jewish neighborhood in the 70s, and we were one of the few, there was maybe 2 or 3 Christian families that had Christmas trees. Everyone else was Jewish. My exact next door neighbor across the street from me when I was 6 years old, he was in his late 70s. He had survived Auschwitz, and I asked my dad one day, I said, Dad, why do the man and woman across the street, do they have tattoos on their left wrists on the inside? And he explained to me that they were in a concentration camp. And he goes, be real nice and ask him to tell you about his experience. And that man sat me down on his porch, got me a Coca-Cola Classic out of the little bottles. We sat there and he explained how his entire family and his wife's entire family were taken to Auschwitz and they were murdered. And he was 9 years old and she was 7 years old when they were rescued by the Soviets. And they were basically brought together, and they knew each other from where they grew up back in Germany. And basically their neighbors, their families were neighbors. So they decided to move to the United States, and to do so, they had to be married. So because they had no living relatives, one of the GIs spoke for her as her father, and one of the other GIs spoke for the other fella, and they were married. And they were married for, I think, something like 50 years. And they were our neighbors for like 15 or 20. And then, they started getting, one of them passed on and stuff. But he told me, he goes, you always watch what your government's doing. Mm-hmm. And if they start messing with your constitutional God-given rights, that's when you be very, very wary, because it can change on you in a heartbeat, he told me. And I never understood what he was saying until the last 25 years has unfolded in front of me.
Yeah. You all check out Mike Lee. Look on YouTube, and you'll see what he's talking about. He asked that ATF director something about arrest them or get them before they commit a crime. I mean, he nails him, hits him between the eyes. Boom. I only seen a little bit of it, but he did a good job, Mike Lee.
What don't you get, Warsaw?
He had some ancestors that look like never survived and never seen them again, I think he's saying. Yeah. Auschwitz. One was taken to Auschwitz by the Germans. We don't know if he survived or not. The other was a Polish police officer. Huh.
Oh, I was just telling the story of my neighbors and how they were from Auschwitz, and they were like the oldest Jewish people in our neighborhood. And it was really cool as a young boy to be able to meet somebody that experienced that and was able to pass that information along.
The generation's been indoctrinated in the schools.
Yes.
That's why Warsaw. That's why they're basically 40% of the new generation or millennials, whatever you want to call them, Z generation, think that communism is okay, good. It's because they've been lied to, indoctrinated. It's a mess. Reagan used to say, we're one generation away from losing our freedom. It's not something that's in our DNA, freedom. It's something you have to teach a generation to be free and to.
Well, that's why Florida absolutely shot down Biden, because we have a huge Cuban American and Greek American community in Florida.
Right.
And you don't have to tell a Cuban too much about communism before he will surely tell you a few nasty things to your face if you bring up communism to him, because they had people back in the 70s when I was a young boy floating from Cuba 90 miles across the Gulf of Mexico, shark infested waters, tiger sharks, bull sharks, remember that, on banana crates, on boats made out of banana crates, and floated 90 miles just to get here.
Yeah, I was a young guy, man.
Yeah,
I've seen it in the news a lot.
Yeah.
Those days.
And all that DeSantis had to do, being that he's Spanish descent, he just said, do we really want to vote for somebody that's pushing socialism? Is that really what we want to do? And basically, even though the Fort Lauderdale, Miami area is got a Democrat governor or a mayor of that area of Miami, I think it's Metro-Dade, he's a Democrat, they all voted Republican, because they were so scared of the communism from the stories their grandparents even passed down to this day. Because that's what you get when you get communities that are tight together. And the Spanish community in Florida and the Cuban community in Florida are very religious, with mostly Roman Catholicism. And basically a lot of that history gets passed down during church and stuff, and about communism and how it was so bad for their people and what it did to them and all that. And that's what rose them up against Obama when he started pushing that socialism. They were like, no, we're not. We came 90 miles across the open sea to escape this crap. We're not going to be voluntarily be put right back under it just because these people don't know what it's like. Let them figure it out on their own. We're not interested. We're not fighting.
Didn't mean to interrupt you. Warsaw won't make him a mod. Did you read that?
Oh yeah, I'll do that for you. Hold on, Warsaw. Let me jump over here.
Tell a little story. I worked at a contact lens company for 13 years, and a lot of the people I worked with was from Poland, all over Europe, and they would tell me stories of like Echo's talking about and Warsaw Patriots talking about. They said you could have an old cheap house, you'd have an old car, but you never had nothing to look forward to. That was communism. and socialism. Just horrible. And they all come over here. One guy I worked with, he actually was from Vietnam. He actually was on a ship. It somehow wrecked. He wound up on an island by himself. Yeah, a guy I worked with, 20 something years old, back in the 90s. And that's how he got to America. I said, wow, got stranded on an island and got rescued. And, I worked for Ceva Vision Corporation, contact lens company. That's where I heard all those stories. It was a trip. We talk that stuff all the time at work. 10 pounds to go. Just let me know I'm modded. Let me see. I'm not in the YouTube thing. I have to wait till Echo gets back. Unfortunately, I'm in a different browser. Yeah, if we don't teach this, if we don't start teaching, I think Trump wanted to do it. If we don't start teaching, I forget the number of that program. If we do not teach these young people how great America is, and we are an exceptional nation, they're going to go the other way they're going now. There's going to be no turning back from it. They're going to be anti-American, socialist, brainwashed kids. I assume he's probably going to make you a mod here in a minute, Warsaw. I'm kind of new at this, everybody, so bear with me.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I think the whole problem is that kids have been spoiled and that we brought this on ourselves. I think that we make kids to believe that they are the most specialist thing in the world, and we do all this crap for them. And I was probably one of the first generations being born in 1970 that this started really bad. And it was like helicopter moms and people that just do for you all the time and make it easy as hell for you, not really letting you experience life and the downfalls of living it. And then all of a sudden you come out and you expect the world because you've been spoon fed this bullshit story from your parents for your entire life that you can do anything, when really chances are, bro, you're going to have a normal little job. You're going to have a wife. You're going to have a kid or two, a dog or cat or two, and you're going to live in a simple home, and you're not going to be a rock star, a football player, a freaking movie star. And, you know, every year we get more people on this earth. Every year it gets harder to be that 1 in a million guy that is Elon Musk. You know what I'm saying? So we need to start teaching our children to be all they can be without the expectation of grandioso, like, you know, it's just bullshit. And if you can't preach that, if kids are allowed to go out on their own at 18, stumble, maybe, you know, have a rental house and, you know, they can't maybe make their rent, they lose a job or something. That's what dad and mom are there for, to bail them out a couple times until they can stand on their own and figure out how the world works. But the sooner you do that to a child, the sooner he grows up. And you don't want to be 70 years old and still bailing your son out of rental properties that he freaking is missing his rent on, because that's what's happening today. And then everybody's like, oh, well, I'm a victim. I was told I was going to have all this and I didn't have shit, you know, and that boils down to free college. And I'm like this. I'm a diabetic. I would love free health care because of that, but I don't want it. You know why I don't want it? Because nothing free is worth a shit. We have the best medicine in the world because we have to pay for it. Let me tell you, I've got multiple organs failing. I've been a diabetic for 42 years, type 1 juvenile onset. I'm legally blind. I've got neuropathy all over my body. And let me tell you, I am glad to pay my copay on my insurance because I know I'm getting the best options possible and not what they've decided that they can afford to pay. And they'll just, even though there's some new technology out there, oh, they can't afford it in their budget, so you're not going to get it. And that you always have the ability to go outside to a private insurance, to a private, even if it costs you more, you can get the best healthcare money can buy if you can afford it. If you get socialized medicine, you are going to get the bottom rot gut. My wife is from Canada. Her mother is from Canada. Her father is from Canada. They have a 6-month waiting list on arm surgery from broken bones,
I heard that.
where we do surgery as soon as they come in to the ER. They go to a trauma unit, they get set, they get an orthopedic surgeon, and then they go in, they do the surgery, and then you go right into rehabilitation. By the time you get your arm operated on in Canada and then you hit rehab, you have permanent immobility due to that trauma not being treated within the first hour of it happening. And
Right.
you get scar tissue, you get it's bad all the way around. The sooner you take care of an injury, the better off anyone will be.
I was trying to get my dog up there. Let's see. Oh, man.
I'm feeling better, so I thought I would come on here with AR and throw a little chat up, talking shit about communism, or socialism, what I like to call communism light, and the crap that we keep getting shoveled down our throats by this new administration is enough to make you sit on a toilet all day, and we're just tired
Yeah.
of it. Who okay, ATF. I know a lot of ATF agents that I've met. Most of them are good people. Most of them. There are a few fanatics that lean left that are total anti-gun. Just freaking, they do better off, probably playing in traffic with sunglasses on. But the bottom line is, to have a director that absolutely is against the Second Amendment is only something we could hope that a fucking moron like Biden would do. Now I'm hoping we get enough people off the couch to call and remember to post, go to GOA. They want to change the definition of a receiver for a firearm and make it into this big process where you'd have to get a barrel that through a background check, the parts kit background check, all the way down to a handguard for a background check. You can go to GOA, Gun Owners of America, and they have a pre-typed out reply complaint form for the ATF. You fill it out, you send it to the little attached link that they have, and that way you can voice your opinion. They're under opinion taking right now, and if they get enough negativity on it, they will just dismiss it.
Hey, James, this is Forster Press, Coax, James. He was asking me what this red press is behind me. Yeah, I only seen a few minutes of that today, and it made me sick. I said, "Oh my God, how can?" It's like a bad dream. Years ago, Biden would never got elected president. Back decades ago, American people knew not to elect him, and all of a sudden, like years later, by let's send this retard to the White House. Oh, it just don't make sense. But
Yeah, and at least he had half a brain when he was with
yeah,
Obama. And the thing that makes
Right.
it funny to me was Obama was one of the last people to say, I recommend him, because Obama knew at the end of his 8 years that this guy was coming unglued. And he said, dude, and his comment, public comment, CNN said to Biden was, Joe, why don't you relax and spend some time with your family and not go through this whole process? That was Obama's recommendation when he was running to be elected as the candidate for the Democrats. He was like, why don't you let this one go? Because he knew the guy. He had already had to save his ass in the White House because they were going to have a Christmas party, but he had been playing grab assy with the girls in the office, and they had all complained to Obama's security staff that if they have a party, they wouldn't be there because he gets a little intoxicated and likes to play grab ass. And basically, so Obama canceled their last Christmas party. And this is public knowledge. Anybody can look this up. And that's the reason why.
He also knew Biden was a bumbling idiot sometime too.
Yeah. That's why. Yeah, he never let him. It'd be every time he opened his mouth, just like he set himself up for that charge that he should have been charged and arrested and never allowed to become president, because he basically blackmailed that country to get rid of the investigator on his son, or he wasn't going to give him the money that Obama had sent him there to give that country. And he said he bragged about it on the news camera. So why isn't he in jail, and why isn't Trump president? Because we have so much crooked politicians that it's coming to the point where I see trouble on the horizon.
Yeah.
If people don't start acting the way they should and being honest and transparent, I see a big problem in this country.
Did you hear the news today about the grand jury convening against Trump organization? Yep.
Oh.
And the grand jury typically can indict a bologna sandwich, they say. Yeah, they're convened. It's in the news. I thought, oh boy, they're going to try to bring Trump down or somebody in his family, most likely him.
Yeah, they're just more of that bullshit that they keep bringing up, stirring the pile. If I was Trump, all it is trying to hit Trump in his pocketbook, and they figure if they hurt his pocketbook enough, like any other rich guy, he'll just back away. But Trump's dug in now. He's pissed. He's like, he's in his fortress over here in Montiago in Florida.
Right.
And dude, he's got a freaking compound, dude.
I've seen pictures, I think, a little of it online.
Yeah, dude. He's got a security force there. So it bottom line is, as long as DeSantis is governor of Florida, they're not getting him in front of a federal grand jury. If he doesn't want to go, he just won't go. The man was president of the United States. He's not going to go if he doesn't want to. Good luck getting him there.
I think Rush Limbaugh said before he died, typically what happens when the left gets power, they go so overboard, they're gonna lose power. They're gonna lose Congress, the White House, everything here shortly.
Oh yeah. Anytime that people overstep and keep getting deeper and deeper into it and don't have the ability to self-regulate themselves, you watch anyone in history, any of the great powers. Look at Rome. Look what happened to Rome and Caesar.
I agree with the outlaw. The law is getting in America. Pretty soon, we're not even going to believe in the law anymore. It's getting so bad. I was doing a comment on what the outlaw text.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
We're going to be eventually going to be civil unrest. Everything. We're not going to. If we see that our leaders get by with everything and start breaking the law, the citizens are not going to obey the law. You can't have this. The Constitution only works because we let it work and we honor what it says and do that. But it's coming unglued. Everything is.
Idaho Rogers, what is going on, brother?
Blue Dog Democrats. Yeah, they used to be called a yellow dog too, if I'm not mistaken. Different times they were called different things. on
Yeah,
that.
the working man's party is what they were called in the 70s,
Hmm.
and that's when they still had ties to the Klan. And it's so funny because that's about the time Planned Parenthood started, and Jim Crow and all those laws came to, where people, and then they're just like, oh well, Planned Parenthood had a rough beginning. A rough beginning? It had a freaking racist beginning where they were
Yeah.
trying to execute the blacks and the minority children through abortion. That's what the entire scam was set up for.
I know what you reminded me of, Echo. Lee said that today about the guns, about that guy. He said, "You're trying to. Do you realize this? That some of the blacks they bought guns. Women, first time women bought, ladies bought guns. Blah blah blah." So he was talking about that in that video. You all check it out though. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Echo.
No, was that who was it that said
That was
that was?
Mike Lee. He was
Oh,
interrogating
okay.
ATF guy, and he said, "So you think he was?" He said he was being condescending in an article he had written. He wanted to clarify it. I think the words were, and he says, "So you're saying these women and some of these minorities, they don't need a gun or something like, look at all the people that's bought guns. And if you look at the background checks," and he said, "Clarify what you mean." And he had a hard time. He tried to. He was kind of an idiot today. That guy was not good at talking.
Well, the problem is I've spoke in front of a lot of people, couple, 6, 7,000 people I've spoke in front of before.
Mm-hmm.
And the bottom line is, every answer to every question someone's going to ask you, or you do
Yeah.
not go in front of those people, because someone will ask the question and make you look like a complete moron. And just
Mm-hmm.
like he did, you always have an answer, whether it's a go-to answer. Oh, this is you're giving me the bullshit answer. Da 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 da. I'm gonna stand here and nod my head for 5 minutes while you ramble on about this bullshit that has nothing to do with what I asked.
Mm-hmm.
Which is typical of a federal employee type of answer.
Yeah.
Or
Mhm.
you
Yeah.
get
Lisa,
somebody,
you're
or you get somebody that actually cares about their job position and is going to say, this is why I'm doing this. This is why. And the Constitution allows me to do this. And that's what we're going to do. But the bottom line is, no law enforcement agency should ever be involved in making the rules and the laws that they enforce. That is absolutely bullshit.
I know.
You,
Mm-hmm.
you don't get to be a cop and write the law as well. You simply, like cops will always tell you, if you ever talk to an honest police officer, he'll tell you straight up, there's a lot of these laws I don't agree with, but my job is to enforce them, not write them. If you have a problem with one of these, you can talk to your senator, and there's a process you can do to
Mm-hmm.
get these laws redacted. And he's exactly right. When law enforcement gets involved, they are shaded. If you talk to any law enforcement officer, I've talked to hundreds. My dad was a Orlando fireman for 20, almost 25 years. Um, Cops would stop by there every day and hang out for hours to kill some time in between, any calls and stuff. And I would talk to them. And my godparents are Orange County deputies. The bottom line is, they can't help but be jaded. All they deal with is the scum of the earth. So if you keep going to and meeting people that are just garbage people, that you constantly, nobody calls you when they're having a party and want to give you a free meal. They call you when Uncle Tommy's drinking 300 Schlitz malt liquors, snorted a line of methamphetamine in his car, and now is chasing the neighbor down the street with a barbecue fork or something stupid like that. It's always some shit like that. And I'm not making it light on cops for, acting inappropriately. But in the same term, they don't get exposed to normal people unless, and it's even hard for them to function when they're around family that they haven't seen for a while.
What did
I've
Floyd do? Commit 8 crimes or something, I think, in his life? I think he had like 8 criminal records against him.
Who?
That Floyd, George Floyd, had like 8 criminal things on him.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah.
I heard
And
today that they were flying. Supposedly, now you know how the media is on, especially the internet, said that Biden is going to fly flags of BLM overseas in Europe. That was another oddity I looked at, and I said, unbelievable. BLM flags flying in friggin' U.S. embassies around the world.
yeah, if I was an embassy, yeah, if I was a criminal organization known with terrorist ties to domestic terrorism in the United States, raised over $140 million and didn't give $1 to George Floyd's family or any other black family
Right.
that was hurt or killed, dude, they're the biggest scam in the world. They should. If I was NASCAR, I'd ban their car from NASCAR because they're domestic terrorists. Every one of their rallies has resulted in bloodshed and death, and usually it's black people that get killed. It's not white people. They end up shooting either cops or they end up shooting other black people. And I don't agree with an organization that makes all that money and doesn't do anything good with it. I mean, come on, what are they doing with that
One of
money?
the ladies, I think she's a white lady, she's involved with that organization, actually funnels money to it. You know who she is? She's the one that tried to bomb the Reagan, what is it? I'm trying to think. Reagan's second term, you know what I'm talking about? When they're running for president, the nomination. I can't think of the word. I hate having what you call it, brain farts. But she was trying to bomb Ronald Reagan's convention in '76. She actually, I think, got Clinton actually pardoned her his last day in office. She's basically a terrorist.
Yeah.
And BLM funnels, I forget her name, I'll have to ask my roommate.
Yeah.
BLM funnels money to her organization. Check that out sometime. Look that up and you'll see what I'm talking
will.
about.
Wes Covina. Okay, buddy. What are you pushing sights on? I'm guessing a Glock. I wish you would have told me. I've got a Maryland Gunworks $120 sight pusher for Glock, for their rear sights.
I wanted to buy one of those one time.
Yeah, if you guys need them, I've got them for the M&P and I've got them for the Glock, and I'm gonna buy the one that just takes the little feet and it will do any gun, and you can actually support the sides made by Maryland Gunworks, but it's like a $400 sight pusher.
Wow.
And I haven't been doing a lot of pistol stuff, but I think I'm gonna get back into it because I just bought a bunch of parts to build a polymer 8045 ACP. And I bought all the lower parts, and I need to buy the upper parts kit for the slide, the barrel, and I'm going to get a regular Glock 21 link slide, but all cut away and ported, opened up. And I'm going to get a 5-inch barrel with the threading for a suppressor.
I like 5-inch barrel.
Yeah, and I'm going to do a tin, the titanium, it looks like mustard, spicy mustard, and I've already got the pins for it and the trigger and the connector. That's a 3-pound connector and all the parts, the trigger shoe, the trigger, everything. Dead Horse told me what to buy, and I just got to put it together once I get the polymer 80.
I thought about getting one of those before it's too late.
Yeah, you might if you're going to get one. There's a couple places that I can't remember the names of them. If Dead Horse, I sent him a link to this, and if he gets it, I wish he would jump on. Let me go ahead and send him a text message and let him know.
One thing, next time I come on here, I'm going to make some notes on some topics I want to do. That way I don't have a brain, you know what. I'm going to actually write this stuff down, some of the things I want to discuss. Not all the time, but at least I'll have my papers.
Yeah.
I didn't. Very little news I watched today. What little I did watch made me sick. I just couldn't. I said, "Oh God, no wonder I don't watch it." I used to watch Fox News all the time. I quit several years back. I stopped. About the time probably O'Reilly got canned. I'm trying to think, years ago. And I wasn't a big O'Reilly fan, but I did watch him sometimes. Sometimes he's got a show on YouTube. He does hit a nail on the head sometimes on certain subjects. I wouldn't call him necessarily far right conservative. He definitely is not. But he's good at reading pinheads and figuring them out. I miss Rush too. I used to watch him quite a bit.
You know what gets me, AR, is the guys that used to be middle of the road, like Dave Rubin. He's a gay man married to another gay man, and now they consider him extreme right-wing conservative. And he came to Florida just recently and says that Governor DeSantis, the whole state's open. People are sitting around in their late 60s. They're all vaccinated. People are entertaining. Their tourism is up. Disney World is open, and the whole state of California is closed down and has been shut down for months.
Democrats cannot. They cannot run a hamburger stand or a lemonade stand. We're supposed to be laboratories in this country, and if you look at any state, if you're a voter and go, well, how's that state doing under this Democrat? You should be able to come up with a solution or figure out who to vote for. Because you look at Chicago, California, San Francisco, New York, they're a disaster. New York's so bad now that we need another Rudy Giuliani in there to start the crime and frisk and pull everybody over and straighten out the crime now. This time went, what, 50?
Dude, the mayor of New York City is a complete ass clown, and even worse, he was given the ability to help his entire city, but because of his political views, he denied using that huge rescue ship. He let it sit 97% unoccupied the entire time. He put sick patients instead into nursing homes that were COVID positive and killed hundreds, if not thousands, of senior citizens in his city. He should be.
Resign.
Yeah, he should be. Yeah, he shouldn't have to resign. They should arrest him and charge him with all those second-degree murder.
Janice Dean on Fox News, she talks about her parents, I think, died, or one of her parents, and she blames it on Cuomo in New York, at the nursing home. So I'm glad I don't live there. I couldn't take it there.
Yeah, I'm kind of scared. President DeSantis. Yeah, I've heard this is the rumor that's in Florida right now. If DeSantis goes for president, Trump's going to back him financially.
Good.
And Trump's going to run for governor of Florida.
I read something about that.
Dude, if he does that and we win both presidency and the state of Florida, let me tell you, Florida is going to grow because he's a developer. He's going to make some real, and already Florida is now, because California, Silicon Valley has been closed down for over a year now. With limited access, you can only run 40% or 30% of your actual crew. So if that's okay. If you have 100 people, that's 30 people you can run out of 100. And so now Florida has been landing all these new deals, and they're calling Florida the next new Silicon Valley because we're doing all types of computer stuff now. We've got computer places and silicone manufacturers moving from California by the dozens because the taxes are so high there. And they're moving here. The land is cheaper. There's no regulations on waste, so they're not taxed a fortune for using certain chemicals to make computer chips and stuff like that. When they have what they call reclaim systems. But in California, even though you're reclaiming it and you're cleaning it and you're reusing it, they still charge you a hazardous waste handling fee, which when you start talking about tens of thousands of gallons of chemical, you start talking a small fortune. So they're all like, screw California. They're all moving to Florida now because the land is so much cheaper. No property taxes, dirt, and they're getting these big buildings way out in the middle of nowhere. And then they're springing up a couple of subdivisions, and bam, they got a whole little system going.
That's good. I hear even O'Rourke says he may run for governor of Texas, and also I heard what did I hear about what's his name? Matthew McConaughey. He may run for the governor of Texas. Trouble is, everybody thinks the way he talks in some of his little speeches online that he talks like a normal American or conservative. He is not. And I do not believe he will be if he was to do it. But anyway, they say Abbott could lose if he did run. Now, Beto, I don't think he's got a chance winning Texas.
Nope. Beto's lucky somebody hasn't burnt his house down the way he's acted. I'm serious. Now, I'm just a common guy, and I'm not promoting violence or anything like that, or anybody doing anything stupid, because I'm law-abiding. But I'm really surprised that somebody in Texas, because it's still legal in Texas. If somebody's on your property and they won't leave, you still have the right under Texas law to shoot them, use deadly force. They're the only state in the United States that if you are just on the property and you are not wanted there and you've been told to leave, that they can actually shoot you.
I mean, even in Georgia, it was so bad back even in the 70s and 80s. The cops would tell you here in Gwinnett County and around Atlanta area, if you shoot somebody breaking your home, drag them through the front door.
Yep.
That's what happened in 1997. We finally got control of the political offices here in Georgia. We've had ever since then. We've had pro-gun stuff. I can carry a gun concealed. At one time, if you carried a gun and walked in a store, they would, if you printed, they would lock you up or take away your permit.
Oh yeah, because we used to have a law that if your shirt flipped up and they exposed the pistol, that you could get charged with a misdemeanor, and they finally got rid of that too.
Yeah, that was in Georgia.
We had the same thing because me and you are so close. Our laws usually reflect one another.
I found on a poll. I was reading a poll today. I can't remember the numbers exactly, but it was talking about Americans are starting to wake up basically and realize how too liberal Biden is. And it's just not turning. It's going to turn drastically here in the next few months or within next year. You're going to see a difference. His poll numbers are going to tank really bad. And America's going to wake up and go, what kind of nightmare have we put in our White House?
Yep.
Just. Yeah, here you go. ATF says he supports ban of AR-15. Of course he does. I was trying to find that poll. Anyway, they think Biden's way too liberal. Well, you think? He always
Well, see, people vote Democrat and then wait till he gets in office, and then they're like, well, why is he like this? Because the entire campaign he was feeding you a line of bullshit. That's exactly why all of a sudden you're not happy with the way he's acting. I'm like, it's just the way it is. So what's going on out here?
If you research
Francis O'Rourke,
Biden has always been he opposed everything Ronald Reagan stood for.
Yep.
Do away with nuclear weapons. He didn't support Reagan on anything that I can recall.
Let's do away with nuclear weapons. They're the only reason why we haven't been nuked yet, is because we have a nuclear defense, even though some of it is 70 years old.
Reagan said the only bad thing about a Cold War is losing it.
Yeah.
Well, that was just, that sounds like simple words, but Reagan was simple the way he explained things. And he was direct at it, the way he would say it.
Well, he was a real man. He said what was on his mind, and he didn't candy coat it.
No.
Reagan was also the governor of California back
Yep.
when they were having a real problem, and he had the National Guard open fire with M1 Garands on a crowd of looters and ended up wounding like a couple dozen people, killing 7 or 8, maybe a dozen people. Back in before I was born.
Yeah, I was trying to think of that. I don't recall that, but
I want to say in the late 50s, early 60s that happened. If you Google it, Governor Ronald Reagan orders the National Guard to open fire.
I got a bunch of books. How Reagan won the Cold War. Quite a few.
Uh-oh.
About 2 or 3 inches thick. These books are. Tells about his life.
Wes Covina, why don't you come on? Turn your camera on, brother. If your pot's ready, time to play with the new mold or my mold.
The more on here, the better, I think. Talking.
Yeah, what is it? Whacker. Mold, my mold whacker. Thanks for the chat. Thanks for coming by, brother.
I had an issue. I hadn't told you about my issue with Reading today.
Oh, no. Yeah, tell me what happened.
I got a 9mm steel die set. I'm sure Highboy may have heard this. Well, I got a 115 grain XTV bullet. Guess what? Their factory seating 3-piece die set will not seat my bullet anywhere near down in the brass because the stem's not long enough. So I called Reading. They talked to engineering. They says, it does that way sometimes. We're gonna send you a longer stem. I said, well, thank you. I appreciate that. So they're gonna mail me one. But the standard die that comes with this, whatever number it is, I'll tell you right here. It's a steel set, but number 80172, 9mm Luger, 3 die set. Plus, I bought a titanium coated flare center stem on it, separate, even though I got one in this box. And I said, well, I appreciate it. I said, it's just strange. He said, yeah, the bullet profile is on the 115 grain. It absolutely will not seat. I destroyed 2 bullets. Trying to seat it in a friggin' little piece of 9mm brass. So anyway, I thought I'd tell that story.
What's going on, Wes Covina?
Well, I just thought I'd stop in, give you guys my story for the day. And I swear to God, this is today. I got accused of being an insensitive racist today.
Oh, boy.
I had programmed 4 years ago on my phone system. One of the extension is called Black Hole Call Hell. That's where I send all the telemarketers and everything else because the extension's set up to murder the call and shut it down. And somebody thought that I was making black people uncomfortable by labeling it a black hole. Swear to God, I had to pull a dictionary definition up, write to the HR lady, explain what it was for. Yeah. No, it's getting crazy, guys.
All I can say is I'm sorry that you had to be exposed to that kind of BS. That is reaching beyond. I'm like, hey, I owned a black car back in '92. Does that mean I'm in trouble now too? I'm like, come on.
Listen to this headline, guys. You're talking about this, Wes Covina. Nightmares about wokeness. Democrats growing increasingly nervous about woke culture. Well, they should be.
Yeah. I mean, hell, I had to ask the owner, do you want me to relabel it yellow hole? No, we can't do that. We can't call it a red hole. No, I don't know what to do.
The people in it, they got turned upside down in their head, hit the concrete. Is what happened.
Yeah. No, swear to God, happened today. But the other thing I want to show off is, hey, I got a, there we go, got a 43 P80.
Oh, wow.
Single stacker.
Let me see if I can get the right.
Yeah, zoom him out. I don't know how to do it.
I don't know how to do it either.
That's all right. You guys got the idea.
Yeah. I need to buy me one more. Like that.
You know what? You need to get a dozen. They're only $100 each. So next time you're thinking of, I ought to buy that $800 hunting rifle, Just get a half a dozen of these things. But always build them later, but you know, they're nice to have.
Yeah, yeah, they're gonna be illegal soon. They'll be. I was listening today about the. Somebody was talking about the prices of the M16. Me and you were talking about it, Echo. I think mentioned something about it. I was talking to somebody else about
Oh,
it.
yeah.
God Lord.
Yeah, about prices of short-barreled rifles going
Yeah,
up. If
I'm thinking about getting one.
what, you building a pistol?
I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I did before, but I did think it would be a good vehicle gun. I've always thought that, and yeah, I'm thinking about doing it definitely.
Yeah, if I did one, I'd do 300 blackout.
Mm-hmm. I definitely want a Grendel 6.5.
Oh, look at this. Uncle Jim is in the house. What is going on? Yes. He's like, holy crap, a live chat. It's hump day, Uncle Jim.
The link's in the top, Jim.
Yeah,
This
if you
isn't
want
a
to jump
secret.
in. Yeah, this isn't nothing secret. I would have texted you, but I didn't know if you were busy with the wifey or if you were filming something. I didn't want to.
How are you zooming these people, Echo? Can you tell me right quick?
How do I zoom?
Yeah, like if you want to bring West Covina Dodge and blow him up.
I've got these different pictures underneath my screen, and they're different images. Like I can change it to one, but I don't know how to make him the one in the center.
I've seen those images. I just don't see them now. That's the issue. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
And then you hit that one, and okay, hold on. I'm trying to figure it out.
Oh, because it's your chat. That's why I don't see it. Yeah.
Probably gives me some other options
Yeah, I don't have
here.
control. Yeah, that's it. Now I know.
Some kind of craziness.
Hey, Jim, get on here. I got to ask you a question. I sent a comment to you a couple days ago on your first 5.7 reloading video, and I used the word dick in it, which should be okay. You know, it's short for Richard. But I guess you didn't see it. And I do want to make sure you don't shoot your dick off. So did you get my comment?
He's laughing. Oh, here he is.
Coming on. Yep, there he is. Yeah, you're the administrator, Echo. I have no privilege. That's what it is. I was wondering why I couldn't see that stuff. What's up, Uncle Jim?
Hey guys, what's up, man?
Hey, Jim.
Sitting around bitching about the ATF director. Did you watch some of that today?
The who?
The ATF director, he explained that every semi-auto in America with a detachable magazine is an assault weapon. Actually stated that in the hearings.
Wow. I thought it was cut up 2 hours ago. It must have been. All right. Well, screw him. ATF needs to be abolished.
Yeah.
Well, they have, okay, first off, ABC runs alcohol, and so does county sheriff and local city police department. The only thing that ATF will get involved in is if a police officer is killed in the line of duty, they will go ahead and do a secondary run of the bullet, any shell casings and stuff like that, or a really big explosion or fire. But here's the thing. There are other government agencies all the way to Department of Homeland Security that have more resources and are better trained to do the exact same thing. So really the ATF really does nothing but monitor FFLs. They come by.
I kind of thought that.
Yeah, they come by once a month and they check the paperwork and they keep the FFLs, in line and make sure their paperwork is accurate and up to date. But I mean, that's as simple as having a other department in a local city police department or county sheriff's department come out.
I'm trying, DJ. I'm trying to on the chat. I'm trying to buy every friggin' upper I can buy when it comes in stock before they serialize it. Is what I'm working on. Every time I see one, I get it. Lately.
Bastards.
Yeah, they're going to do it, definitely. Biden's going to piss everybody off. Bad.
Well, he's trying. If you guys haven't done it yet, go to GOA, fill out an opinion complaint form for the ATF, saying that you do not want the definition of a lower receiver or a framed firearm changed or modified from current statute. And there's a list of the entire legal statute of a frame and receiver, and that's included on it. And all you have to do is put your John Hickok on there and send it, boom, right to the ATF, and it goes on their bulletin board. It's open for 1 month. You can leave as many comments as you want. Just be polite and not, don't cuss or swear or anything. They just throw those in the garbage. But if they count the ones that, are legit, and basically if they get enough of them, they will flip, just like they did on the pistol brace, when they were trying to push for a ban on pistol braces. We were able to get enough opposition in there.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm hoping, that because Biden now is pushing so hard anti-Second Amendment, I hope a lot of people wake up and decide to come and start calling their representatives and taking care of the problem.
Most of you all probably know this. GOA has pre-written templates on their website for local and federal level, and you just sign your name to it, enter your address, and it goes to whoever's president, your congressman. You don't have to write nothing, or you can change it if you want to. GOA is pretty good on that activism. I actually call. I do that and call.
Also work on your local states for shall not comply.
Yeah.
I'm going to give that a shot, Jim.
GOA. Yeah, DJ, they get some things done though. GOA.
You got a 50-50 chance. Nevada's doing pretty good. So okay.
My brother's a lifetime member of the NRA, and
you got good chances in Nevada. So work on Nevada, West Covina.
Yes, Jim. I am changing my voter registration to Nevada for next election.
There you
because there's no point in me voting against Adam Schiff again.
Oh my God.
Well, you could vote for Bruce Jenner.
Yeah, I could, and I will. I'll still be registered for the recall election, and
I will take Jenner over him any day. Yeah,
I am too. I mean, look, I got accused of being a racist today, an insensitive bastard, and I'm going to vote for Bruce Jenner to cleanse my soul of that guilt.
There you go.
Yes, you can offer your
that white guilt.
DJ,
I had some young guy that I watch his channel, and he goes, because of my what did he say, white privilege? And I'm like, oh yeah, that nice house you live in because your mom and dad busted their ass 10 hours a day, for the last 25 years. That yeah, as you lay around playing with Legos, I'm like, give me a break, dude. When you have lived 25, 30 years busting your ass every day, you can tell me about white privilege.
Yeah. Who furnished his nice basement? Yeah.
Yeah.
I also do the calling too. I don't always do GOA template letters, but I do it, and I call. I called Mitch McConnell here a few weeks ago and told him not to do any gun control. I said, if you do, I'm not going to give you any more money and donate. I donate most of the time throughout the years to the GOP.
Yeah, that way if they give you any crap, you can, what's the matter?
I've been donating to the GOP for decades.
Yeah, but that way if you give you any crap, you can be like, I'm pulling my dollars, I'm spending them somewhere else. So, Uncle Jim, did you do any shooting today?
Yes, 5'7" did a video.
Oh, yeah, I saw the second one. I didn't know that you filmed it today and shot today. I thought it was maybe.
Yeah. I film and do it the same day. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I started watching, got distracted on the news. I'll go back.
That's okay.
You were getting some crazy velocity differences. I'm like, why is that going on? Do you think maybe you got some work hardening of the neck?
No, it's fresh once fired brass. I've seen other people's videos and it just is wacko. There's like 1 out of the 5 that are weird and high. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to see you shoot through like a piece of notepaper 12 inches away. See how much of that accurate hits the paper.
Okay, I'll try it. I'm just glad that Accurate 5 works, so I can get rid of it. Yeah. Hate that stuff.
Oh, really? You haven't had much luck with that powder in the past?
It caught my suppressor on fire. There's so much unburned powder.
When you caught that on fire, did all of a sudden you start seeing smoke coming out the end like a lot, and you're like, that's not normal, what's going on?
No, it actually went boom. It went poof. Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of scary.
Hey, Gates Jr., what's up, bud?
Yeah,
haven't seen you around a while.
Can't see the side chat on this thing.
What are you on? Are you on like a
iPad? So
okay.
I have to click one or the other to get. Is the last one's Gates Jr.?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up, fellas? Okay, and then I got to remember to click the X, otherwise I get bumped off. So I got to click to read and then click to go back. That's how it works on this. But yeah, I click on YouTube. You know, I'm kind of ate and taking a nap or whatever, and I see West Covina's mug on there. I'm like, what the hell?
I just hopped on for a second. I'm going out casting. I'm going to hop off here for a minute and try to get the little woman's laptop up and running out on the casting bench. And I've got 10 more pounds of 9mm to cast tonight.
10 pounds of 9. Okay, 10 pounds. All right. That ain't bad.
Yeah. No, yeah, I've got 30 pounds done so far. And this is the last 10. I need to do, I got 2,000 small pistol primers. So I'm raring to go.
Okay, what mold are you using for the 9?
The MP 135 grain bevel base truncated cone.
Oh, that sounds like a good one.
Yeah.
Damn, where'd you get that, MP?
eBay, $100 for an 8 cavity.
Okay, so you did the eBay kind of like I did, just impulse, and yeah, there it is. Get it now.
No, I saw you. You did the other mold. I did this. I did this one.
Yeah,
so it's
I should
no lube group.
Yeah, I should have went truncated cone. Gosh darn it, I love truncated cone. Why did I get a ball? Oh well.
Well, I'll send you 10 pounds if you want to try them.
No, don't send me 10 pounds. No, you're good. I got enough to play with right now.
Gates, I'll take your primers. I need primers. I'm mad when they come back down cheap. I won't buy them right now.
I drove to Arizona to see Kenny to get them, and it was a fair trade. I traded him some small rifle.
Someday they'll be back.
Yeah. And I'm already starting to see a couple of the foreign primers popping up now. So the ships are finally getting here. And I think we'll be like up to our armpits in, Soviet primers here any day now.
Wait a minute. What foreign primers?
Oh, hell.
Wolf, Fiocchi, what?
No, it wasn't Wolf, Fiocchi or S&B. It was another one. And I think it was, can't remember, it was Turkish or Ukrainian. But, But yeah, they're starting to show up for too much money still, and they sold out in a hurry. And the deal was we'll ship in 2 weeks. But no, they're starting to pop up. As a matter of fact, Midway had primers yesterday for about 5 seconds.
Huh.
Mm.
I've got every notification you can think of online for primers set up.
Yeah, I'm good enough to wait it out, but yeah.
Our
Foreign
local stores
primers.
got them. It was 1,000 for 119. I wouldn't buy them. Then it went down to 89. I still won't buy them. I just 1,000 of them for no $89. No way.
Yeah, K24's got it. Gen X, that's the one.
Gen X? What the hell?
You need some, don't you, Echo? What you talking about the other day?
Yeah, if
Yeah.
it's cheap.
Yeah, it's coming down slowly here. I think it'll be down in a couple of months, like West Community's talking about.
Yeah, I don't mind spending $40 for 1,000, but that's about all I'm spending. I mean, if it's over that, I'll just wait.
Yeah, that's got to be the limit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What's Midway doing now? 75 per 1,000 average?
Yeah, right in there. But when I was out, I was really jonesing. I would have paid $70 plus shipping for a box of primers. I was out, and but not for anything. I got plenty. I mean, I got a shelf full of primers. Just that one size.
I want to get 20 to 50,000 in stock.
Well, I think it's kind of funny. I was nagging on Willie there for a good year to, hey, buy all the primers you can, because it always happens.
Yep.
Yeah.
It does.
I was buying receivers and AR parts and powder and totally forgot the primers. I mean, I got some, but I didn't buy enough.
Yeah, the primers are the key. Everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got 1,000 large, 2,000 small rifle, 1,000 small pistol, Magnum, CCI.
Uncle Jim has got like filing cabinets full. As a matter of fact, he'd probably get shaken down and home invaded if anybody knew where he lived.
Yeah, except for large rifle and small rifle, which you dropped off while you were here, and that was handy.
I'm definitely going to buy in the future. Every time I see them on sale or get them, I'm going to buy a few.
That was really handy. I got those out. Those are the Federals, which are huge box, so they're sitting out of the cabinet, and it's like cat. Yeah. That's handy. Hell yeah. Thanks, Pat.
Oh, my pleasure.
I wish I could get you some small pistol without having to ship weird hazmat bullshit.
No, I already told you already that I'd come up and get them in person next time I get a chance.
All right.
What is it? If you ship them, you could, and the truck ends up blowing up or something, you could get sued, right?
Well, if you don't do it the right way, you could get in big trouble. Yeah. And finding the right way is kind of tough. So.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Well, guys, I'm going to hop out here for a little bit. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Thank you.
All right.
He's just going to jump on his laptop, I think, out from where he's going to be casting.
Gunbroker is a ripoff. Boy, they charge the crap out of you for primers.
Yeah. Gunbrokers going highest bidders. Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
They're the mob. They're the mob, man. They
Just wait it out. People that are paying ridiculous money are going to feel really bad, just like they did last time. And they're going to be like, why did I pay this much? Now they're this. Yeah.
Yep.
It happens every time. It's like, oh.
I call my gun 3 or 4 times a week up here in Athens, Georgia. Every time I say, how much are they? You go 89. I go, no, I'll check back with you later. He said, we'll let you charge it on the phone. And the owner a few months ago said I could put my name on the box. I did. I got one box. And after that, they said, no, we're not doing that no more. I said, well, the owner told me owner's son. No, we won't do it. I said, okay. I'll pay it on the phone when the price comes down. It's like 25-minute drive from me, so it's not that big a deal. So as soon as it comes in, I'm going to give him the credit card on the phone. Go pick it up. When the price is right, of course.
Yeah, I'll have to check the dates on my pistol primers, but they were Obama 1 election.
I date mine with a Sharpie. all my powder.
Yeah, but you live in Utah, Uncle Jim. You're so dry there. Primers will
No.
stay good for
Yeah,
indefinite.
no, you can't kill a primer around here. I
No.
got ancient CCIs. They still work. I
Oh,
got
yeah.
I got garage sale primers that had rat turds in the box, and they work awesome. They're the best shooting primers I ever shot. And there's rat piss and rat poop on them, and they were
Yeah,
$5 a brick.
you just get a little bit of the, what is that disease that you get when you handle rat urine around rat urine?
Yeah, yeah.
You just
No,
get
I
a
cleaned
slight
them.
case of that.
I actually wiped each little container off. I wiped it off with a moist rag, and they still shoot good. Yeah. Hell yeah, I'll take it. $5 a brick. Hell yeah.
So if someone breaks into your house and you shoot them with that and they're laying there screaming, you're like, yeah, and you might want to check him for some type of rat disease because
It was funny though, seeing rat turds inside a brick of a. How did he get in there for the first place? I don't get it. Anyway, yeah.
they can squeeze between some little tiny things.
And that guy, he was a local garage sale. He wouldn't sell me his press. It was an older Lyman press, turret press, and he wouldn't sell me his rifles for the price I wanted. But I got all the primers off him,
Wow.
and he sold them to me cheap. So figure that out. I just took the best of both worlds, whatever. Yeah.
Some people get weird when it comes to firearms. They get personal attachments.
He was personal. He had crates of rifles. Okay.
Wow.
And I was
Yeah.
like, damn, okay, how much for this? How much for that? And I'm like, oh, it's overpriced.
Yeah.
I didn't tell him. I just said, okay.
Right.
And then he wanted to bundle everything, the press and all his reloading stuff. And I was like,
Right.
I finally
And
got the primers out of him. I wanted the trimmer. I wanted all kinds of crap. But I did get the primers out of him. So that's good.
you know what's the shame though is what happens is those old timers, they pass and then their family or an estate sale happens and they don't, the estate doesn't get a quarter of what that stuff's worth.
Oh yeah, they give it away. The
Yeah.
kids don't know what it is.
Yeah.
But that's what I try and find. Yeah.
If I have to sell things because of my health deteriorates, I'm gonna give guys a good deal just to make sure it goes to a good place where it'll get used and not just used to be made money off of type of thing.
Yeah, I keep telling my son, you got it made, but you gotta, follow, do the reloading stuff with me and stuff like that. He's not really interested, but I told him, you got it made, boy.
Yeah.
All the guns and shit, he's got it made. Just take care of it for me. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, all he had to do for that 5.7 is buy the pistol,
Yeah.
and you got your bud to send you the dies, and you ordered the shell holder.
Idaho
And
Rogers just
yeah,
he emailed me and said, hey, I don't have this pistol. You want to try the dice out? I'm like, really? And I really didn't want to load for this cartridge. And I was like, all right, I'll give it a try. And I'm glad I did. Yeah. I'm glad I did. It was fun, actually. It was difficult. It's a little, it's hard to explain. It's not quite like a rifle cartridge, but yeah. It's trickier than a pistol cartridge. Good stuff, though. I'm glad I did. It's fun. My son is stoked. It's like, oh, you can reload for. My son found the bullets at the thrift store, 40 grain VMAXs. Okay, 2 boxes. So I had everything else. So hey, what the hell?
I wish that stuff was available here in Georgia. We don't never run into it here. Pawn shops, thrift stores. Nothing like that.
yeah, they pawn shops, they get worried about the bullets not being what's on the outside of the box and then them getting sued. I'm just like, You just get you a guy to set you up a little table down at the swap meet at the flea market and sell all that stuff.
I just clicked on the chat. Idaho Rogers is here.
Yes, he is.
Idaho.
Yeah, he was
check
eating
out
dinner.
The second video.
Yeah, he was in here.
Accurate number 5, Idaho. Who would have thunk? That was
Run to my house quick if I die, he says. Fiery crash. How many's on here, Echo?
Right now we have 8.
Oh, okay.
I don't think that's right. I mean, there were lots of people on here, on and off.
Anyway,
Yeah,
I want to thank Idaho for the boost, because I was putting that off. I didn't want to load that cartridge, and I've been having fun. I get bored with regular stuff, so that was fun. So thanks, Idaho. I'm taking care of your dies. I'm being very gentle on the dies, and they're working great with the Lee shell holder too, which is weird. Yeah, baby.
I'm gonna get a couple of Universal inserts from Mighty Armory, Universal cedar dies for 9mm.
Oh, he's got different cedars plugs so that for different bullets.
Yes, he does. Yeah. Got one for flat and the round nose and all that. You can buy it separate. Yeah. And
I forgot to look.
Universal used on a commercial press, RL 1100, and it don't bulge the brass. Everything looks good on it with his die. What I've seen. So.
Yeah, I'm wondering this automatic set that I got a competition 45 ACP Redding die set, and then I got the expander die separate with the titanium nitrate, and it's got the competition, but I don't know if it's steel or if it's a carbide ring. Seeing if this is it. Right.
9mm steel set I was telling you about. I need a carbide. I'd like to have one carbide size for 9mm, but I don't have it right now at the moment.
Oh, there's the bullet. Click on the West Covina.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to see that 135 grain. Who makes it? Is that an NOE or what? No, MP.
MP.
All right, let's see it. It looks barrel chested.
How can I get him to be the biggest one?
Click on him. Click on West Covina.
Yeah. Okay, down below.
Just on his picture, and you can click on the camera part and it'll enlarge him.
Okay.
Yeah, let me know how to do that too, Echo, when you figure it out.
I'm trying. I'm clicking down on below.
On Pat's, click on his, there should be like a camera icon or something. There's only a couple choices, and it'll enlarge him.
I think it's...
Oh, what happened?
Cut him out. Knocked him out.
Oh, no. He's back. Okay, hold on. Oh.
At least you'll figure it out. So keep clicking.
That's what you get for listening to me.
All right, Jim. Is that close enough here? It's
yeah, it looks okay. It's a slick side.
It's got a whole bunch of shaded areas under there, right, Echo?
Echo's got to learn how to click on you, so you might get bumped a couple times. Hang on.
Yeah, I'm trying to make it happen.
Just click on him. Oh shoot!
Did 3.
Okay, I gotta click here.
I'm trying to remember. I gotta look
at it. Can anyone describe it?
There's only like 2 places you can click, and it'll enlarge him so you can see it.
It's got little gray out areas right underneath there. It shows like 2 people, 3 people.
It's gonna be. Oh man, I'd have to go StreamYard to find.
There's these little things underneath here, and when I hit some of them,
there you go. Now you got the whole screen, Echo.
Yeah. Now, how do I make it
do
him?
Do it to West Covina. The same thing you did to
Same.
yourself.
Okay.
And
All right. If
also,
I.
also, Idaho Rogers is waiting backstage.
Okay. Let me.
How did I know that? Kreskin. Okay, all right.
All right. How in the hell do I get West Covina?
There you go.
There we
Yes,
go.
sir.
All right,
Okay.
good.
All right.
Now we're gonna.
Okay.
Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna go back to West
All right.
Covina. Hold on here.
Clicky. All right, you'll get her.
Yeah. It's just.
You probably know more than
Before we get off,
StreamYard
tell
than
me
I
how to do
do.
it.
You were doing tags and everything else. Clicky.
We're gonna tire his arm out.
His fingers. Wow, okay. Slip-sided, truncated
West
cone.
Covina.
I
With
wonder
a
if that...
little bit of a bevel on the base.
There you go.
There.
Got it.
There you go. Back off a little, Pat. Back out. Back out. Pan back. There you go.
That's a nice bullet.
Oh wow, yeah, that looks nice.
Yeah. Chamber one to see if
I like
it's
that dark blue.
ogivy, because it just really tapers fast. I always worry about ogive with certain guns.
So these are casting up at 132, and I can't find any load data from there for that.
Oh,
there's plenty for 124 and 147.
Yeah, that's gonna be easy. Just go off of. Are you looking at cast bullets or whatever? Just back off the 124 or up the 147. And it depends. It's all in overall length. It's all about case fill on the 9. So, you can wing it.
Right.
Just try a couple. I really don't have anything in that weight. I have 124 and 147. So I just kind of, wow, that's a 6 cav. Oh my gosh, 8
cav.
That's fancy.
8. Oh, he went for the big 8 right off the bat.
$100, and it's a lot lighter than the brass one I've been working with. 4 cav.
Yeah, it will be.
And it, they left a lot of meat on it on the bottom, so this thing does not, overheat like a Lee mold. I mean, you can just keep going.
Yeah.
Who makes that mold?
That's MP, and so far, only bitches I've got are the little handle goodie. Of course, I've already boogered it up from gorillaing it a little.
Bad.
But that's my only bitch, and the handles, the little handle goodie isn't pinned either, and I've already pulled it off. But other than that, everything else is fine.
Yeah, I like how they use the Lee handle for the big calves. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
I gotta start buying some of that stuff. Get into it.
There we go.
I'm afraid I'll go down the rabbit hole.
You have no idea how deep that hole is. I'm telling you.
Oh, it just keeps getting deeper. It just keeps. The more I shovel, the deeper it gets.
It seemed to be that casting thing is a bottomless pit. You'll never find the end of it.
That and precision rifle. I've got more.
Even in reloading, I had to make my mind up to stop, and I still want things.
I've got $160 primer depth gauge. Let me explain to you.
Holy
All right.
What?
Yes, dude. It's a digital primer pocket depth gauge, and it measures how deep the primer is in the pocket, so you can uniform your primer depth.
Oh my god.
Okay, what I'll do is I'll uniform my primer pockets, with a carbide redding unit primer pocket uniformer. Then I'll put my CCI primer flush down to preload the anvil against the bottom of the primer pocket. Then I can check to see if I'm 3,000ths to 5,000ths below. I like to be around 5 in an AR-10, LR-308, and 5 in a AR-15.
Oh,
Way
yeah.
over my pay grade. Okay.
I won't go broke.
Yeah, whatever happened to just putting meat on the table?
Well, don't feel bad, Jim. I'm casting right now, and so instead of using regular pewter like everybody else, I've got chemical grade tin shot, 100% pure.
Wow, chemical grade. Where the hell you get that?
Okay, they use it as a catalyst for making nylon or something. So the stuff comes up from time to time.
Wow. And it flows good and everything?
It's just pure tin shot, easy to measure.
Wow. Weird. Good to know.
Yeah, that's cheaper than the tin that I got. I bought a pound of tin in little ingots, and it was $34 off of Amazon.
You ever watch Elster Echo?
Yes, I have.
I bought his eye gauging thing on Amazon, digital calipers, and they're good. I like it. I like them.
Wait a minute, you bought his eye gauge?
No, that's similar to what he's got. I bought the same thing on Amazon.
Yeah, eye gauge is a good alternative unless you want to go up Japanese,
Yeah, I'm happy with it so far.
I was looking at the eye gauges. They're good calipers.
It's even calibrated. Surprised me.
Unless you want to go Mitutoyo and stuff like that, it's going to cost you way more. Yeah.
It's got a calibration certificate, which surprised me. Certificate of calibration. Oh, wow, $41, something like that. It works way better than the $20 ones at Hornady and what's the other one I got? Oh, I got two Hornadys, round dial and then the digital. The digital Hornady's crap to me.
I think my son has a Hornady in the garage, and it was sticky, and I was like, "What the hell? What the hell's going on with this thing?"
To me, it's a piece of garbage. I don't like putting a company down, but they're China. It's not worth it. That's why I quit using them. Now, I use their dial. It's okay. Get by. And I'm gonna eventually buy maybe a Starrett dial in time.
Yeah, I've got mostly Lee precision dies, and then I've got probably about the same amount of Redding and the same amount of RCBS, and I've got one set of Weatherby dies and one set of Redding dies. But I've got anything from like 7mm 08, 30-06, 270.
I got all six.
Yeah. And I've got 45, 70, 308 Win.
308 I got, yeah.
223.
That I got.
6.5 Creedmoor.
I got a mixture. Forester, Redding, what else? RCBS. Yeah, quite a bit. I don't have a lot of calipers though. That's the thing.
What's going on, Marky?
I know what I want next. I want an L.E. Wilson bushing die, 308 or 6.5 Creedmoor. And I'm gonna buy L.E. Wilson bushings, not Redding bushings.
What, to do your necks?
Yeah, I got the Redding bushing type S bushing
die. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's good, but I did pretty good. Concentricity is very small. I want to get L.E. Wilson though, and buy their brand of die inserts. I suppose a little bit more accurate. Their tolerances.
Man, I tell you what blows all those bushing dies out of the water is just using a Sinclair expander die and take your expander ball out of your die and run your piece of brass up in there, and then throw it on a Sinclair concentricity gauge or any brand concentricity, you'll get less than a quarter to a half a thousandth run out. Then you just use an expander plug, and it gives you neck tension dead nuts without overworking the whole shell. The whole neck is bad because you're not expanding. Basically, you're not the way it goes in and then gets drug back over that expander. It causes it to throw it off a little bit because you've got a lot of variables with the shell holder or the shell plate plus pulling it over that. So I get anywhere around 2, sometimes even 3,000ths, depending on how annealed the brass is. And so I found that to be the most concentric and give you the most uniform neck tension on the bullets.
What do you got, Echo? Do you have the steel expander in Sinclair?
I've got a stainless steel for the 30 cal, and I've got for the 223, I've got stainless steel, and I've got tin.
Okay, I was going to do the titanium next. The 10.
Yeah, the tin works good. Where I still use a little dry lube on my necks. Some basically those little balls that Redding sells, and it works good with that. You just every about third piece of brass stick down in there and run it up on the expander.
Right. I upgraded all my Redding dies to carbide balls, extra.
Yeah.
I finally just did away with it and started using the Sinclair expander like you did. You're talking about. So I was going to get the 10 next. Mine only does it like on 308, 1,000th of an inch, 307. And
yeah,
you can get the turning ones for 2,000ths under, I think. And then there's another guy online. He sells, get the name of him now. He sells them different sizes. I think that'll work in these. And the turning mandrels will work in these if I'm correct. You can put them in the same thing.
The what?
The turning mandrels will work in here too, and actually give you a little bit more tension than the steel for the Sinclair expander.
Yeah, you can use the turning. They'll give you a little bit more neck tension. It's a little smaller. I've got both. I've got both for the 20. I've got for 22 caliber. I've got both, and for 30 caliber. But I've also got a L.E. Wilson expander that's got 6.5, 30, and 22. But I like the Sinclair better because it's free floating.
Yeah.
It doesn't stay in one spot.
Yeah, I heard about the L.E. Wilson. It's solid, locked up, I think.
Yeah.
They don't move. Yeah, Sinclair, I like it better too. I'm trying to think of that guy's name. He does concentricity gauges and all that. He's online. He's got a lot of these expanders you can put in this same thing, the Sinclair brand. Can't remember his name now. Company. I'll think of it later and write it down. Bring it up next time. He sells a bunch of them. The steel seems to work for me. It seemed to give good 308 neck tension, but I thought. Yeah.
I've been using this for quite some time.
No problem with bullet going in when you chamber a bolt action.
Oh no, I that's the only thing I use is neck tension. I don't use any type of crimp on a bolt gun.
No, I don't either.
Even when I load my guys' hunting rounds, I just 1,000 to 1,500 neck tension is really all you need.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I wanted to get that titanium one next. I think when I stock on Brownells come in stock when I stock.
Yeah. Now, if I was doing semi-automatic, I always crimp with like a Lee factory crimp die or whatever crimp the die I happen to have, because I don't want that bullet coming forward and jamming up the works in the magazine, or even worse, come out and make a mess.
Yeah, I use the Lee factory crimp on 223-556.
Yeah, that's what I
don't
use
do
as
it.
well.
I got the taper. I just don't do it. Use the Lee.
Well, the one that the factory crimp is a taper crimp, anyways.
Yeah, I mean it's got the pedals though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's a taper crimp.
Right.
That's how it works.
Right. I got the standard
I got
RCB taper. I don't use it.
What's going on?
I got a question for you guys.
All right.
Who here uses Winchester 780, and how does it work for y'all?
780.
Never used it.
Haven't used it. Nope.
Crickets.
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 I hear that.
No, it's locust season.
It's locust season. That's horrible.
On the last stream I was on, it was frogs. Kyle had frogs in his backyard during sports.
Oh yeah.
Now wait a minute. Who's Marky?
Who do you think, Mister?
Oh my gosh. MCK?
Yes.
Oh my God. You were here the whole time. I'm trying to be
People.
I could have gave you crap.
People have been calling me Marky since Mom took me to the grocery store back in the day.
Okay,
Oh my God.
What is it? Wednesday night? Okay, you're home. Okay, cool.
Yep, you guessed it.
All right, Marky Mark.
No, just Marky.
Just Marky.
Oh boy.
Well, cool.
Yep. Loading up some 223 for my son since he repoed my gun.
No,
he loves that thing. It's built kind of like an A2, not fully, but close to it. So he fell in love with it, and I made him happy.
All right.
I owned the very first ones I ever owned were A2s.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a clone. It's a Palmetto State and Anderson lower.
So you got the fixed rear sight handle?
I do.
Is it removable or is it fixed solid?
It's no removable. Sorry, Jim. It was not fixed. It's removable.
Okay. Yeah, my son wants one that's all fixed. He wants the old retro. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got hand guards. I've got 1969 hand guards and grip and stock sitting here in my drawer waiting for a set of Brunells. I'm going to do an M16A1. I built two other ones and sold them. Nice. And I'm going to build another one to keep.
Yeah, there's something fun about the A1. I got the Colt. West Covina has one too.
I love mine.
Yeah, there's something, I don't know what it is, maybe childhood, but there's something really cool about an A1. And I like the A2. I like the fixed carry handle. I got to get an AR like that. Before it was all, get that off of there. You want options, blah, blah, blah. But now I want one that I got everything else, Other than the A1 has a fixed handle.
I'll have to ask my dad what he qualified with. He was in early and got out early. He was stationed in the Philippines during NAM working on the F-16s. But I'll have to ask him what he had to qualify with because I'm not sure, the Air Force was carrying.
Yeah,
Air Force carried the M1 or the M16A1 until 1979.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, that's further than I thought. I was going to say 75. Okay.
Because then, the Army integrated the M16A2, and then the Air Force got it late. But the funny thing was, the Air Force got the M6 or the XM15 first.
Okay.
Yeah, my sister was born in 68. And he made it home 67, 66, 67. Brought down in Mexico, brought my mom back. So he got out of it before the shit got deep.
Yeah, my dad's whole family was in Vietnam.
Yeah, my dad was in the Air Force, and it was an A1 because we went shooting once. He's like, "Oh, this is kind of like mine that I qualified with or whatever, trained with."
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found 8 pounds of that 780 for 144. And by the time of shipping, well, actually, I went in on halves. A buddy of mine got another 8-pound jug, so we split the hazmat and shipping. So it's worked out to about $25 a pound.
The original grip without any finger groove.
Yep, that's what's on mine. Yep.
And then you got the short stock.
Yep.
That basically has no extension in the back, and it's got some scarring on it.
But it has the plate. It has the
raise it up a little higher. Echo.
Wait, go back to the stock. Okay. You got the plate with the opening.
Yes.
Kit. Yeah.
It's got the cleaning kit opening, the fixed
it's like
band.
Colt. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we see it. Yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty.
And then I got the forever the actual trend setting.
Yeah, baby, triangular handguard.
Triangular handguards. Beautifully.
I like those. They're comfy. And
oh, yes, they are. And you can shoot the rifle so flat when it's full auto. Yeah, I've shot many of them full auto at the machine gun rallies, at the shoots. And, man, this rifle with this short stock on it makes it so much more easier to maneuver when you're out in the woods. And the woods in Florida are very similar to Southeast Asia. And he's got a lot of vines and stuff, so it lets you maneuver that thing around so much better, more like a Galil than an M16A3.
Yeah, and a collapsible stock. I don't have it all the way out anyway, so I'm very comfortable with the Colt.
Hey, Echo.
Yeah.
What do you do your YouTube videos with? Your PC cam or a phone?
I do them with just my phone.
Okay. Yeah, I do too. What do you make?
This right here is a Logitech Stream Cam.
Right.
And I mean, I guess if I knew how to use editing software, I could use the computer that I built just to live stream and more or less do it that way. But I wasn't raised with computers. I never used them in anything that I did.
You're not using a phone to live stream, are you?
No, I'm using my computer. No, I've got an AMD 3900X.
Okay.
Yeah, using 64 gigs of RAM.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. You gonna get that over?
James Pollard's asking Mark if he got a package lately.
Yeah.
Negative.
Marky? Oh, okay.
No package
like negative.
Incoming.
I talked to the delivery guy. I figured he forgot about it because that's just what he does.
That's his job.
Love you, Kyle.
That's his
job. He ended up making some more stuff with it, and he's supposed to send it out soon. So, if that's what you're referring to, Mr. James.
Delivery guy, forgot about it. That's his job. Yeah.
Echo, what you gonna buy two? You gonna have two Logitech cams, right?
Yeah.
You gonna use both of those in live streams at one time?
Yeah, you can switch between them. There's a way to do it on StreamYard, and I'm trying to look down here and see.
I
I
was
think
thinking that's what you were going to do.
if you have two hooked up, I think you can have one like covering a press, and you
Right.
should be able to switch between cameras.
Cool.
Because they've got, hold on here, they got a camera mic setting, and I can click on that, and then it says general, and it says camera, audio, and green screen. And if let's see, what else does it say? Okay, and it lets me pick Logitech StreamCam, and I can hit the little button, and it'll let me choose a different camera, and I can just implement it through StreamYard.
I may do that if I see how yours works. I may get a second one. Because then you can put it on the press like you're talking about and show things.
Yeah.
That's cool. I got lucky with this one. I just got it at Sam's Club, $60-something.
Yeah, that's a good price for that camera. I think they're 90 or $100 on Amazon.
Yeah. They only had like 3 or 4 in stock back during the COVID. And got lucky and went in there and I seen them. I said, I'm gonna grab one. That was when I started getting interested in thinking about this stuff. I said, yeah, I get it. I didn't think I'd use it quick, but
Uncle Jim's gonna put them all through his house. That way he can just live stream and walk through the house.
Yeah, right.
I've never seen nobody do dual cams live streaming. I was curious about it. I'd like to see that. I was doing here a while back. I had my Note 9 and I was doing a 4K. I didn't know that my phone kept going off. It only records a few minutes on 4K. And I had to put everything together to make it one video. I don't know how to splice out, but I know how to hook them together, like scenes in a movie. So I'd make one section, put it together, boom, pull that together, and then made one video. But I don't know.
Editing is beyond my ability. I mean, I've seen some type of editing programs that seem to be fairly easy, and some of them it looks like you need an engineering degree to figure them out.
I have what did I got? Heck, I forget what I got. Let me see. That one that's online. I can't remember the name of it now. CyberLink Power Director. That's what I got. Yeah, 16. As long as I did.
Master's pretty simple for the most part. Takes a little getting used to, and I found a few tricks I didn't know about, but they're pretty good with the phone. Make it easy.
Which one are you talking about?
KineMaster. It's the cheapo free version, but I can do what I need to do with it. And
yeah, I've seen Uncle Jim uses it. I've seen that. I do CyberLink, and like I said, as long as I make the scenes right, I can pull them together and end up making a video. I kind of break it up.
I'll be honest, I get pretty lazy making the videos. I don't do the picture-in-picture. I need to start doing them, make it a little more interesting. Maybe it'll. You guys are worth it. I don't usually do a good job. I need to put on a better show, I guess.
Maybe get some what do they call those? The sparkles. What do you call the glitter? Put the glitter on the cheeks with the sparkly socks. Be like spark.
Don't piss Uncle Jim off talking about glitter. He'll bring back old mememories.
I need to learn transitions. I don't know how to do that yet.
Dancing girls. That's what we need to bring back is some old, straight up, old school 1970s, like have girls in the real short shorts with their butts hanging out, just pulling the press handles and stuff, and with the where they put their hair in the two ponytails, and freaking bring back that 70s. I'm telling you, old school. Call it old school reloading with the boys.
I think a girl like that sent me a picture on a chopper. I look like the Easy Rider shopper this evening on the PC on YouTube. And she was dressed like that with the shorts, the boots, the little bathing suit top, and look, two chicks on this big old full of raked Harley.
Before they came out with fake boobs, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I remember.
It looked like a 1970 picture. You can tell it's probably around 60.
I remember going to SHOT Show back in Orlando when they still had the SHOT Show girls, where they would, had the beautiful models that would show up, and they would basically be wearing T-shirts and little short shorts with the company's logos on them, and with hats and stuff, and they'd be promoting the guns and stuff, and you'd see like all these old guys coming around that are buying for big distributors like Midway and stuff like that, and they're all like, oh, and they're showing them guns. I just remember they used to do business a lot different back in the day. Now it's a bunch of young guys selling guns to a bunch of middle-aged to in their 60s type age guys, and they're buying millions of dollars worth of product, and it's just business deals. But before it was like, it seemed like the girls had more of a part in it, and now because of women's rights and all this stuff, it seems like they're not even included anymore. They've just kind of push their way right out of it because they don't want to be thought of in those kind of ways as sex symbols. And like, I'm here to tell you, sex sells.
Yep. I'm glad Dylan still puts chicks on her.
Yep. And so does Snap-on on their tool things. They still have girls.
Well, I miss go-go boots. I love go-go boots.
Jim's like, I miss the go-go boots.
I do, man.
Hey, Pat, we're going to see a funky video from him pretty soon.
Yes, I feel one coming.
If I can find go-go boots at the thrift store, we're on.
What size shoe do you wear? Because I'll look at as well.
You're not going to.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. Trust me on this.
You're going to wear wigs and boots this time, huh?
You're not going to find my size in a go-go boot.
That's how I get even with people at work. All you got to do is go on Amazon and search for size 13 high heels on their computer. Done. They will get freaky shit for the next year.
Oh my God.
That's a good way to target somebody.
Yes, that's hilarious.
Go-go boots were awesome. I miss that era.
Yeah. Go-go cages were
Nancy Sinatra's song, "These Boots Are Made for Walking."
That's right. That video is awesome.
Back in the day when it was good stuff.
Maybe they'll make it come back.
They say when blues left rock and roll in the late 90s, it started dying. It lost all of its roots. Rock did. I'll be back shortly, Eka. You all.
All right.
I'll be back shortly. I got to take a break for a minute. Eka.
Okay.
There's a new wave of, I want to say swing, the new age swing, and some rockabilly stuff out there right now. It's pretty cool stuff. A guy at work turned me on to him.
Rockabilly's good. I like rockabilly.
Yeah, it is.
Pony 47 is here.
Hey, Pony.
Now, Reverend Peyton's Big Damn Band, that's some good stuff, too.
Oh, hell yeah, the Reverend Horton Heat. Have you heard of that? Hell yeah, dude. I'll play that right now with Alexa. And it took me an hour for her to find it. And Low Flying Plane. Yeah, he's talking about, I was out in Texas working on a farm when a low-flying plane came right across my barn, and then it was dropping bales of cocaine out of low-flying planes. And he goes, so I called up my brother-in-law, and I told him what to do or something like that, and he goes, or I asked him what I should do. He goes, Horton, that's some blow. And it's the whole song is based off these two farmers out in the middle of Texas that get these planes that come in to drop their cargo prematurely because they're being chased by DEA helicopters and stuff. And
that's awesome.
And basically that happened for many years. And basically,
I wonder if that was a spinoff of the old Wildwood Weed song. You guys remember that one?
No.
The Wildwood Weed song is pretty funny. Yep. Y'all come back now, yeah?
Yeah, I know that one. I used to be on the radio.
That's awesome.
They just had a guy here in Florida over on in Brevard County on the East Coast near Cocoa. He found $1.3 million worth of sealed up, washed up on the shore cocaine, and he turned it in. I was like, dude, I definitely wouldn't have turned it in. I would have been like, I don't know. I'd have probably been like Tony Montana in Scarface for at least a month.
Yeah, but if you got caught, oh baby, you're in trouble.
Well, hell, even if you didn't get caught by the law, the guy looking for it's going to find you.
Well, not necessarily. That stuff washes up all the time. You hear about it, and sometimes you even see it. A lot of back in the 70s and 80s, marijuana was the thing. You would see it washing up, and then come like 83 is when they stepped up the patrol boats and really started pushing the helicopters and stuff. So they started throwing a lot of their cargo overboard so that if they get caught, they're just offshore, with an empty boat. And basically that stuff started washing up on shore. And, sometimes it was damaged by the salt. Sometimes, most of the weed wasn't wrapped really tight, but the cocaine, because of its value, was wrapped very securely. And it would usually wash up, and most of it would be still, salvageable. But
the 1980s had the best cocaine we've ever seen in this country.
Yep.
One time.
Coming straight up out of through Columbia, right up through Cocaine Highway into Miami, Fort Pierce, and Fort Lauderdale. And basically Tampa Bay right over here, they would fly right in at 125 feet off the ground and dump them right on glow sticks in lit areas with cars. They would light up cars. And I knew some guys that used to dump it, would land aircraft in the Everglades on the planes with the floats on the bottom of them. They would land in water, sometimes only 3 foot deep, and drop off the loads. And they would have those houseboats out in the middle of the Everglades, and they would load them up on there. And then they would have airboats come and get them, get the bundles, and they would get, millions of dollars worth of cocaine and run it right up into Miami through the back door.
They're coming out with a new Miami Vice. A short. You seen that?
Yeah, it'll never. They keep rehashing old shit.
Well, it's not going to be. It's going to be Don Johnson and the Edward almost. Oh, can't pronounce his name. But they're going to revive that character, Sonny Crockett.
But is Don Johnson actually going to play the character?
Yeah, coming back to that character. But he's old.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Old Tubbs and Crockett.
DJ Play Nice has still got go-go boots.
He's got to be older than Crockett.
Did I put in a guy? Yeah, coming back. I seen the review on it, and I said, "Wow." The guy on Battlestar Galactica, got the rough face. They call him Eddie off screen, but he's coming back with that role too.
Dude, I tell you what, guys, I've been eating so much better lately. My
Mhm.
wife has been buying me cod and tilapia or whatever that. It's kind of like a farm raised fish.
Dude, that's good stuff for you, man.
Dude, I've been eating like that. I had in salmon, Atlantic salmon, like
Oh yeah.
every night this week. I'm eating that, no salt. I'm eating blueberries to help promote kidney health and function. And man, I tell you what, I've been feeling so much better and having energy again and not feeling sick all the time.
Diet's
Good for
important.
you, man.
Yeah, diet's important if you got problems.
No, I'm not a
Yeah.
pop drinker. I drink tea, I drink coffee, but I went to this green tea, and it was a diet Lipton tea.
Hmm.
So I went back to regular sugar because the aspartame or whatever it's called in it. I was a little scared of what it turns into in your body. So my
Aspartame.
drinks are limited. So I was taking regular bottled water, adding organic cranberry juice or 100% lemon juice or both. Now I got 3 or 4 different drinks I can drink from, and no sugar at all in them. And I've noticed a difference. Just that.
I I went from drinking 4 cans of Coca-Cola habitually for the last 25, 30 years
Wow.
to no
Oh God,
Coca-Cola, 1 coffee a week, and only drinking bottled water.
that's
Yeah,
bad.
I drink spring water all the time. I don't drink tap water anymore. Quit
You
that
know,
year.
it's so much easier, guys, if you just drink beer all day. Oh yeah.
I used to drink 7 days a week at one time.
Right. Yeah.
I always liked the Jaeger
Yeah,
girls nightclubs in Atlanta. They come in there with their outfits. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm ready to get hammered and get to talk to you all night.
I haven't seen Jaeger girls in many a year though. That's the thing. Used to be a lot of pub life, man, here around Atlanta at one time. ATF County, Fulton, all around. Everything was open. Things happening. Now it's dead. Everybody meets online. It's weird. Yeah, I need to start eating like that. I love salmon and seafood.
Yeah, salmon is delish.
Hmm.
that's funny you said that. Oh, Echo. I started eating a lot more fish myself, and she's on a really good diet now with her doctor, and she's got a trainer working with her because she's in bad shape. But I'm kind of bleeding off and taking after her and making meals that are really healthy for us. And that tilapia and white cod. If you get the stuff with skin on, it's easier to cook. But I'll grab the
Yes,
stuff without the skin, and I'll just put it on a bed of onions so it doesn't burn, and
right.
then just oh man, it's good.
Yeah, you can even lay it on a thing of tinfoil,
TJ
and
Playman
and
says
Yeah,
aspartame. Aspartame.
and
that's it.
yeah, I've been drinking or eating just pure fish, and because I live, I can throw a tennis ball and land in the Gulf of Mexico from where I'm at.
You ever eat oysters?
Yeah, I used to, but I'm not really supposed to because I'm a diabetic.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to stay away from shellfish, but I still eat lobster and crab as long as it's Alaskan and basically. But I used to eat oysters all the time. I used to work at an oyster shucking bar, and I shuck them for all night long to girls and
Mm-hmm.
do shots of tequila and
I used,
151.
back in the 80s, 90s, I loved the big old giant silver dollar size oysters, boy, fresh.
Oh hell yeah, we used to
Oh,
get
God,
them, and we
man.
would steam them. We had a big steamer. I worked at a CJ's, Calico Jacks, over in Altamont Springs, Florida. We got shut down by the ATF for serving bottles of alcohol that they bought that did not have the stamp on them.
Hmm.
They kind of went out the back door type of thing. The guy that ran the CJ's in Altamont Springs, he used to do a little bit of partying up at Rachel's, and Rachel's was a adult men's club for women that would dance there and whatnot. And he'd have to send his driver half the time back to the bar to pick up like $20,000 because he lost some money in a gambling debt at playing cards at the table with the girls. It was crazy. And I just shucked oysters and was a bar back and did, made food.
Most oysters I ever ate was 4 dozen big silver dollar size drinking beer. 4 dozen at one time sitting.
Howdy, lead bullet junkie brother. What's going on?
Man, all the riffraff is here.
Yes.
Hey, lead bullet junkie.
I always pull
What's up,
the riffraff out. I'm hoping we get some more people in here and we all start chatting. So how's those bullets coming, brother?
Well, let's see. I think we're almost 10 pounds in. Let's see if I can show you this.
I'm gonna start buying some stuff to cast eventually.
Not going to be able to show it too good unless I dump them all out on the floor here.
Yeah, that's okay though. You're getting them there. You're getting them whooped.
Yeah,
is that just a damp towel?
No, it's dry towel.
Oh, okay.
But,
he likes to do it dry.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Uncle Jim. Uncle Jim said you like to do it dry.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, this is going good. This is about where I should take my 10-pound break here.
What, do you just keep your mold on a hot plate or something?
No, I'll just dunk the corner in when I'm ready to go again.
Oh, okay.
Get it up, and then there'll be a couple of pours that'll be rotten, but I call all those out anyway.
Right. And you just put those back in the pot anyways to remelt.
Yep. So
sorry guys, I made a bunch of noise there.
So
the leaf pot.
We got swaged cores that I got off of Craigslist. It's just pure lead. Then we'll throw some tin in.
I got a lot to learn to get into that hobby too.
Wes Covino, how much, if you've got a pound of soft lead, how much tin do you want to put in?
Oh, that depends. I'm starting out here. So for the 20-pound pot, I do about a pound of tin.
Okay, so it's about 20 to 1?
About 20 to 1, maybe a little richer than that. Sometimes, I don't measure. I just weigh it out by eyesight.
Right.
So I'm probably going to be a little heavy on this, and it's probably turning out, 16 to 1 or so, 20 to 1 to 16 to 1. And I can tell on this pot, when I got too much tin in it, it starts sticking to the side of the pot.
What Brunel hardness? What hardness are you getting for that combination?
Oh, that kind of depends. It gets harder as it ages up. So it comes out of the pot pretty reasonably soft, easy to size. And then about a month or so, it's a bunch harder.
Interesting.
Well, it is emptied another pound of powder, guys.
Yes, stone crab is good.
Yeah, that's right. You can put that stuff up, Echo, like that and highlight it. I see what you're doing. Cool.
I think you guys can too.
Yeah.
You might be able to.
Let's see.
I don't know.
No, I can't.
Okay.
Yeah, you're the administrator. You started. Nope. Yeah, there you go. Be long, we'll be pros. Like UJ.
Core bomb.
Is anybody else?
Old school.
Yeah.
Anybody else like that tactical rifle powder from Shooter's World?
Okay. What does it compare to as far as is it a spherical powder? Is it a flake?
Yeah, it's a spherical. Real fine spherical.
Real fine spherical.
Yep.
Yeah,
Let me grab the.
For 223, it is like a 25 grain loads too much, or is that about where it likes to be at? Because
55 grain, 24.1 is my go-to. It's
okay.
Pretty tight group at 50 yards.
Okay.
Yeah, the tactical rifle is comparable to Accurate 2460, BLC, IMR 8208. So
I've got IMR 8208, but I'm a Varget guy, and I've got like 4 pounds of Varget left, maybe 6.
That's what I want.
Varget loves to be crunchy, you know it? Varget loves to be
does.
crunchy.
It compress. Yeah, it likes a nice little compressing. About 26 grains of Varget, and you will shoot a one-hole group all day long if you do the right brass prep, even with range pickup.
I've got 1 pound of Varget, but I want to get 8 pound eventually.
Oh, loads here.
I got a pound of tack,
you,
8 pounds of tack, and I got 8 pounds of H335. Yeah.
H335 is a very good powder as well. I use it in 7.62 by 39, 223, all the way up to 243, 30-aughts. I mean, it just keeps going. It's good stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got about 8 pound here a few months ago up in Athens. And I had a few 1 pound things of it. But Varget is something I want bad.
Yeah, Varget's another versatile. You can go from a 223 all the way up to a 30-aught and still get good results.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Varget's known for being stable in high and low temperatures, though. I mean, that's its claim to fame, right? Other than being a military type powder.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it was the original design for the Eugene Stoner platform was designed for a spherical double base stable powder for adverse weather conditions for use in Antarctica, Alaska, and Southeast Asia. So that basically dictated the change from 1 in 14 twist rate barrel to the 1 in 12 twist rate barrel in the XM15, which was the experimental model 15.
Is that Squibload out there?
Yeah, Squibload's in the talk channel, or he's in our panel.
What's going on, man? I thought I heard your voice.
Yeah, Roll Call just got done with his show, so I seen you guys were still live and thought I'd come over here for a little bit before I went to bed. Yeah, I kind of think of Varget kind of. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just saying I'm always lurking on Night Stalk and a couple other chats. I don't really get on very much, but I'm always in the audience checking you guys out. So.
Yeah, you know me. I weasel on every live show I can. I'm like the opposite of a troll.
Hey, bring the community together, buddy. Bring it together.
Oh, man, I hang out with all kinds of people. I mean, you know, gun people, 2A people. There is a difference. Preppers, reenactors, historians. I'm kind of all over the place.
That's cool.
No, I kind of think of Varget as like using nitrogen in your tires, you know, because it's stable at high and low temperatures. You're going to pretty much keep your air pressure consistent.
Okay.
What's convenient? Are you drinking that craft beer?
Did you say craft or crap?
That's it. Most craft beer is crap beer.
This is here in Nevada. It's kind of like wishy-washy corporate, but it really goes down good on a hot day.
Well, if it's doing that, then it's doing its job.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
I'm watching the live feed on my B channel, so there's a lag. So it's like you're saying it now, but then I'm like watching you in the past.
Squib, it's good to see you. You know, I have been watching your videos on the big screen TV and haven't been commenting, and I feel bad. But yeah, keep up the cocktail videos. Those are cool.
You know, I'm having fun. I'm having fun with that because I'm not a bartender, right? I don't even play one on TV. I have a friend who's a bartender, but I look this stuff up. I do a little bit of research, and I use some regular household kitchen items. I bought a few things. I'm going to buy a few more things over time, but I'm getting better at doing them. I'm kind of having fun with it. It's kind of like the poor man's amateur. You can do this in your kitchen bartending if you're willing to buy the liquor. It's not meant to be like, I mean, you watch some of these channels where they make drinks and they talk about the history of the drinks. And I mean, they've got a camera and lighting and they've got a studio in their basement and they use slow-mo and everything else. And it's like, there's nothing wrong with that. There really is, but that's not my channel. So I get people trolling it. You know, I don't understand the people that are so butthurt over the fact that I compared store brand maraschino cherries to high-end cocktail cherries. And I keep getting all this hate. So, you know, but it's fun, though. It's kind of fun, though.
Let them hate.
I'm like, dude, if that's all you've got time to be. Dude, listen, people, you know what COVID has created? You know, there used to be, you know, a small select few of the populace that had nothing better to do to be like, you know what? This guy, he's comparing gourmet cherries to store-bought cherries. I'm going crazy. I'm gonna leave him a piece of my mind. And now there's like millions of them because they're sitting around and they're like, hey, this guy's wrong about the cherries. Those gourmet cherries are much different. Those are a much higher quality of flavor. I'm like, dude, a cherry is a cherry. Put that thing in the drink. You're good to go.
I do what you're talking about, Ms. Covina. I watch on big screen TV a lot of you all for years. I just never got on a lot of times.
Well, you know, the thing is, you can be out there and you can comment and you can be part of it, and you can leave negative comments. You can leave constructive criticism. You can even say you transpose these numbers, or you got this wrong, or this was actually this. You can even back up your statement by putting a link to where the fact is. And I don't mind somebody showing me, it's like, whoops, I screwed that up, or I missed this part, or there was, I don't know how many comments I got over I used ounces instead of grams or something, and I mean everybody noticed it. And it's like, you know, that's what captions are for, right? But these are all people who don't make videos themselves and they have no idea. You know what's funny, Echo, is the voice you use. That's the voice in my head that I read these comments. I'll respond back. I usually respond back F you, right? But every now and then I'll say stuff like, why don't you make a video showing me the right way to do it? Or I see your channel has no video, so you obviously don't have the balls to do what I do. And I get these people, they'll respond back, you don't have to make videos in order to be allowed to make comments. No, you don't have to make videos. But here's the thing. If you walk a mile in my shoes and you tear me apart, I'm going to give you a lot more credibility than some troll out there. And, you know, when I first jumped on YouTube, all I did was live shows, right? I was on the lobbies back in the day when, you know, remember when we used to have the lobbies? Those were great. Yeah. And then I got invited onto a live show, and then another and another. Now I'm a live show whore, right? But everybody said, make videos. And I'm like, I don't want to. And finally I just caved, right? And then I was hooked. And I'm like, wow, now I know why everybody makes videos. And I have fun making the videos. And I will say this, my videos are not for everyone. And it's kind of nice when people watch, you know, I see 38 views. I'm going, wow, damn, 38 people watch this. And when I have the comments, I have the interaction. So I know who watched it, or somebody can say something positive, negative, it doesn't matter. Some of the comments I don't understand, so I just don't respond to them. Like, what does that have to do with anything? But it's still, it's nice. Other people get 50,000 views, and I'm happy over, like, you know, 38 views. So it's nice. And then when you guys, you know, help me out with stuff, like when you go, even if you point out a mistake I made, if it's constructive, I learn from it. there are things we're just going to disagree on. And if you want to watch me disagree with somebody, watch me talk with New York Outcast or Rich White. We will butt heads constantly, right? But we're friends, and that's just it. You get to learn what kind of people that you can have these disagreements with, and then the next day go have a coffee or a beer with, or jump on a live show again with, or what, you know. You really get to understand people, and we're all human. We make mistakes. But we're all different people too. And I think for me, YouTube has just helped me meet people I would ordinarily never meet.
Yeah, I agree. What's your channel about, Squib?
Okay, so the premise of my channel is I'm a pro 2A guy, I'm a gun guy, but gun people are regular people like everyone else. So I'm into things like rail fanning and gardening and vehicle repair and traveling and whatever. I love military surplus, so I've started up a military surplus playlist, whatnot. Gun people cook. Gun people take trips. Gun people hang out with their kids. Gun people. So the premise of my channel is you're not always going to see a gun video, but if you see something else, it's because we're not all just sitting in a bunker somewhere stroking our AK going, man, I can't wait for Boogaloo. Right? But that's what people think of it. Seriously, they do. You know,
they do. You're right.
That's why I have the ankle pictures and stuff. I do the ankle shots. The ankle cam is what I call it. But the funny thing is, it is true though. Everybody thinks gun people just hang out. You know, like is their only thing is like a Bible and guns.
We love our guns, though. That's the thing.
And you know, like my black powder videos are for somebody who knows guns but isn't really a black powder person, right? And some of my gun videos, like my reloading stuff, is for the person who's scared to get into reloading when it's really not that hard. Once you get over that hump, you know, we all know, right? Because we've been there. Once you get over that hump, you're like, oh shit, this is easy, right? And stuff like that. And some people do reloading videos for the advanced reloader, and some people do videos for somebody who's never reloaded. So we all kind of do ours different ways. The problem with some of these trolls is they don't take the time to watch 5, 6, 10 of our videos and get an idea of what we're doing. They watch 30 seconds of one video and judge our channel off that. And you know what? That's their loss. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
Amen,
Thank
brother.
you, DJ Play Nice, for putting up that link to the government rules. I ask all subscribers and anybody that catches this video, current or post-show, to hit that link and go to the website and place a comment why you do not think the ATF should redefine the receiver or frame of a firearm. They want to change it so that the barrel, the upper receiver, the bolt carrier, everything on an AR-15 will be serialized and have to pass a background check. So yeah, that is bad news. Please be respectful and just leave your reasons that ATF is a law enforcement agency and should not be creating or dictating law. That is for the United States Senate and House.
Biden's going to let them know. Biden's going to let them create law. That's what he's going to do.
Well, the thing is a lot of those ATF agents, they're probably, I'm going to use the term gun guys, you know, but they just don't fight back and push the agenda, you know, push the opposite, you know. I think if they had more pushback, no, we're not going to mess with that. Let's leave it alone. I think, you know, law-abiding citizens should be left alone. You know, go after, obviously, preaching to the choir, but you know what I mean? Just, it's half of them are gun guys, and it's terrible that we don't see that side of it.
I have it on good authority. This is from an official government source. It's actually the AFT. So you guys, you know, terminology is important. It's AFT.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah.
I got that straight from the top. I mean, I'm not going to give out names, but you know, top men. We have top men working on it.
We used to call it ATF.
Here's the thing: there are people out there who really don't like the gun collective, and I got to tell you that sometimes those guys can be really some real tools. But they did a video after the whole bump stock thing, and they talked about the letters that came in on both times that they asked people to submit their input on bump stocks, and a high percentage of them were threats, swear words, shall not be infringed, nothing creative, nothing intellectual, nothing calm, professional, rational. So it's very important that if you're going to play by the rules and you're going to try to do this
Yes.
legislatively, that you take the high ground. I know that's for some people that's it's an awkward thing to ask, but we
That's
can
ATFB, isn't it? ATFB is what they were using.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So take your time. Don't necessarily use a form letter. Use a form letter as a template. Put your own stuff in there. Speak from the heart, but leave out the swear words, leave out the threats, leave out the shall not be infringed, and sound like you're going to sound if you wanted to get the job you always wanted your entire life. Like this is the cover letter for your resume for the job that this is your one shot at getting. And that's how we're going to be able to back up what we say. There won't be a report out that shows all the profanity and all the threats, and all the, even if you think it isn't going to make a bit of difference, if you don't do something, if you don't use a system that exists, you're not being part of the solution, but you're being part of the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you look, DJ Play Nice is putting up a bunch of stuff to help us all out. And if you're watching post-show, I want you to check out what G. Webbs did. He did a show on this entire thing, going over everything. I caught it. But definitely leave a respectful explanation of why you do not want the definition of a frame or lower receiver modified or changed.
Up your ass, ATFB.
And just let them know that you can tell them, I do not want my rights trampled on. I do not see a need to change the definition. You can even take some, if you go to GOA, they have a form letter there that you can sign your name to and submit, or you can use part of it and come up with your own kind of combination covering things you want to. Just be respectful. That way your opposition letter will be counted.
Have you heard, Echo, about the cases where people's had lower receivers in court and it was dismissed?
Yes.
Yeah, because it has to meet 5 definitions?
Yes, it has to have a barrel. It's got to have a trigger assembly. It's got to contain like 3 or 4 different things, and a AR-15 lower receiver only carries 3, and it doesn't carry the 4th or 5th one. So in definition, it is not considered a frame or a receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Echo, do you mind if I read from the chat here?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
DJ Play Nice says, use your own words. Don't front. Write what you want, but understand they will toss out stuff that doesn't follow format. And he's absolutely right. This is what the gun collective was talking about. How many people shot themselves in the foot because they used emotion and they didn't follow? They went way out. Some people just went off at the freaking, conspiracy theory land and everything else. Just focus on the issue. This is a constitutional issue. This is a federal law issue. This is. Here's the thing about the lower receiver. It is the frame. It's the same thing you put the VIN number on a car. And I know cars and guns are different because guns are in the Constitution and cars are not. But it's the frame. If you take a car frame and you change the body panels out, you change the engine, you do this, you do that, the VIN number is still the same. It's the same thing with that lower receiver. The upper is more difficult to make. So you could say, well, the upper should be serialized because it's more difficult to make. That's right. But the upper is caliber specific. That lower is a frame. How many different calibers, how many different kinds of uppers can you slap on that lower? It makes sense with what they decided a long time ago, that this lower receiver is the frame. So now if you've got one lower and 5 different uppers that you can just drop in there, now what, right? So why mess with it? It's fine the way it is.
Yes. A lot to do with those cases being thrown out of court. They don't like that.
Now, do you think the lower court cases would have any influence if this went to a higher court?
I don't know. I just know they lost quite a few cases, at least once or twice. The ATF did on the. They brought a guy in. I forget his name. Echo may know the name, and he testified about the guns, and they dismissed it. The feds lost.
They brought in a former ATF agent that was a head of basically understanding and explaining to officers and training officers what the law means.
I forget his name.
Yeah, I can't either, but he worked for them for almost 27 years. And basically he would come in as a professional witness and he would testify that these are not firearms. These do not contain 2 of the 5 needed components that ATF has on record as the law of what a firearm frame receiver is. It does not contain a barrel. It does not contain a barreled action. And it had to have a trigger, the ability to hold a trigger or have a trigger, have the ability, and it had to have a barreled action on it. And basically the barrel and action are 2 different things. And out of the 5 things it had to have, because it had to be, a receiver, a frame of either metal or aluminum or polymer, and it had to contain a firing system, which would be your trigger, your disconnector, and all that's in there, and your sear.
Which has been an issue for a long time. What you're talking about.
Well, yeah, because technology has changed, but here's the thing: they designed the AR-10 rifle in 1958. I think it was. You could buy one in 1959 or 60, and at that time, basically, they were offering it to the military. It failed the test because they had decided Eugene Stoner didn't want to do it, but the one of the other guys that were running things, paying the bills, he said he wanted to use an aluminum barrel with a steel insert inside the barrel. And when they were doing the 30 caliber 308 firing tests with full auto, it got so hot the aluminum got weak, and because the barrel itself was thin insert, it blew out, and it had a blowout and a bulge, and it failed the test. Had they used a steel 4140 chromoly barrel like they have been using, that was chrome lined, it would have worked. Half of the problems with the M16 in Vietnam were not because the rifle was bad. It was because they did not follow Eugene Stoner's recommendations for how to, first off, the bolt carrier group and the chamber and barrel was supposed to be industrial chrome lined.
Right.
Just like every battle rifle had been made since the late 20s. like the Thompson machine guns. The reason why those guns work so well in the trenches of World War I was the simple fact of the matter was they were chrome lined barrels. It's industrial chrome lining that kept them from rotting out the barrels. The M16 was supposed to have that, but the War Department was still trying to push traditional rifle. They were wanting the M14. They were still using the M1 Garand in Vietnam in 1964, and basically in the M1A, which is the M14. And basically, those rifles were walnut stock with leather rifle bands that rotted, and the stocks rotted, and the leather bands, the slings rotted because of the moisture. The bluing wasn't designed to be used over there. The rifle was designed to be used in Europe, and different climate, and basically it destroyed them. Who was saying it?
They were saying
You need help with what?
I can remember. They got the guns in Vietnam. They didn't clean them or nothing. They just kept running them until they jammed up.
Well, they never came with cleaning kits, and they also used the wrong propellant. They were told.
Are you going to bed?
Go to bed?
They were
going to bed?
They were told to use stick powder, which is a dual base climate stable powder for extreme weather temperatures, and they were supposed to use chrome lined chambers and barrels with but they used ball powder that was left over from the World War II in Korea, and it caused the weapons to overrun. So they had all kinds of jams where flat feed and it wouldn't pick up the round off the top of the magazine because the bolt was going faster than 45 feet per second. The bolt in an M16 firing full auto cannot exceed 40 feet per second back and forth. If it does, it will start bouncing off the back of the receiver extension tube and cause it to skip over a round or cause a jam in the round feeding into the system and just gum up the whole works. So they had all kinds of problems with extraction because it was trying to tear the cartridge case out of the chamber before the pressure had completely dropped. And it was breaking extractors and jamming shot cartridge casings jammed in the chambers because they weren't chrome lined, and they got powder in there and they didn't clean the powder, and carbon absorbs moisture, which caused pitting in Southeast Asia like nobody's business. So then the cartridge casings were expanding into the dimples of the pitting, and they were not extracting. They found many Marines dead beside their rifles with their top of the rifle opened up and their bayonet out trying to pry a stuck piece of brass out of the chamber. All these problems would have happened had they followed the directions of the designer, Eugene Stoner.
I remember those problems when I was a kid. People would talk about them a lot.
And there's a lot of guys that won't even shoot an AR-15 because back when I was 16 or 17, I hung out with a lot of older guys with my dad that were all Vietnam vets at the VFW and stuff, and I would bring in rifles that I'd be building back in 1986 when I started building AR-15s in 84. My dad showed me how in the garage we built one on a little 2x4 table that he had built for putting doors together and stuff, and we put one together from parts that we bought down at the U.S. surplus store that were popular back in the 80s and 90s. But the bottom line is the AR-15, the M16 could have been a much better rifle had they just followed the original designer's instructions on how to build it, and followed Eugene Stoner. I mean, Eugene Stoner later made the AR-180, which was used a lot in Ireland with the IRA. And basically it was also sold to some countries for military use, but ended up being a rifle that was sold here in the U.S. because it was made out of like an AKM. It was made out of sheet metal instead of a forged aluminum receiver. So basically, it was a cheaper rifle. And then he later went to work with Knights Armament, and they turned out a couple of the SR-25 and 308. They did some stuff over there at Knights that he did some really cool stuff.
Yeah, I was reading today that John Cornyn in Texas, he's talking with Blumenthal and them. Don't be surprised in the GOP, they're going to come up with some kind of universal background check or something to close them stupid loopholes they claim exist. And they won't ban it, but they're going to end up doing it. And what's bad, when it gets into Congress, they'll have amendments to it, and that bill will just expand. So he's been talking to Democrats quite a bit, I've been reading. If they do it, the GOP joins it, everybody's going to get pissed off and not vote for them if they do us that way.
Well, that's just it. We can use platforms like this and other ones and social media to get the message out, to send a message to, like what DJ Playnights is putting out there for everybody to read and to use, to contact these people and let them know, I will not vote for you again.
Yeah.
The other thing is, let's say they do get some of this crap through, because they throw everything on the wall and see what sticks and then what slides off. Something does get through. It'll be like AWB all over again. We're going to vote them out of office, and they're going to learn a lesson. But we've got to play the system. All these people are like, we're going to go down to the Capitol with our SKS, and we're going to take over the... Yeah, okay, dude, you know what? When you get out of your mom's basement and you lose about 50 pounds, you get back to me, okay? But the reality is, we're old, we're older guys, we know. You got to be smart about this. It doesn't mean we're not afraid to take it that far. But we don't want to go that far. We got kids, we got grandkids. We're not stupid, okay? We're trying to do this by the book. We're trying to use the system that our ancestors created in order to fight the good fight. So let's continue to fight the good fight. And all the people that want to talk about all this stuff, they're living in fantasy land because they want to, be the apocalyptic hero. And the reality is, dude, you watch too many movies, TV shows, you play too many video games. The reality is being active, being educated, knowing stuff like how to contact your Congress critter and stuff like that. That goes a lot further than getting on YouTube and saying some of the things people say. So I think it's good that you're bringing out that, but if you're going to fearmonger, you're going to push so many people away, and then other people, they might get active, but how many people did you really affect? You know what I mean?
Another thing about that enhanced background check, or what they want, database, universal background check, it can't be enforced. They know it. And that's going to be an issue.
Without a registration.
Yeah, well, right. In America, they do a registration on us. It's not going to go very well with the GOP if they do that to us. So.
Now, I want people to think about this. Do you have a relative who's been anti-gun? They're not conservative, okay, but they've been anti-gun. And then what happened last year scared the crap out of them, and they finally got off their ass and they got a gun, or they got the concealed carry permit or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not talking about changing them from a conservative or from a liberal to a conservative. I'm not talking about changing them from a Democrat to a Republican. But now suddenly, when you're at that Thanksgiving dinner table and you're having an uncomfortable conversation, now they got a little bit of skin in the game, because now they have a gun and they have a permit and they have this and they've taken training and they put money and time, and they're afraid. And it's like, do you realize that this person that's in office in our state wants to take away your right to have that gun, wants this, wants, and then you can back it up with this link to this press conference or this link to this, their campaign page, right, where it says right in plain English, I will do this if you elect me, right? This is where you can start those uncomfortable conversations, and you don't need to gloat or anything else. You just need to leave them with that and then step back and let them make a decision. But if you push and you push and you push, you might push too far. If they're really that smart, they'll figure it out and they'll be able to make a better choice in the future. Maybe they might even put their, input into something like the AFT letter or whatnot, where they say, look, I voted for your dumbass and you are stabbing me in the back now. If you want me to continue to vote for you, to reelect you and reelect you and reelect you, I will, but not if you take away my right to protect my family. Don't say myself, my family.
I'm still thinking that we don't have that 10 votes. I think it takes 10 votes on the GOP side. I don't think we should have it now to get a universal background check or register at this point.
The thing is, why don't we get people to cross the aisle from the other direction? How do we get it to flip?
Kind of hard in this generation. This generation is brainwashed. A lot of these young people are.
That's another thing too. I got a friend who's constantly criticizing me because my kids are in public school and all this other stuff. My children are pro 2A as fuck, and they can see the stuff that they teach in the public school system for what it is. It's a bunch of crap, but they know if they don't answer the question on the test the way that the teacher wants or the school system wants, they will fail. And they're not stupid. And I didn't raise them to be stupid, because at one point they're going to have a job. They're going to have to say the right thing to get that job. They're going to have to say the right thing to keep that job. And if that job feeds their family and provides good benefits, and they can take the extra money they've got and buy as many guns as possible, hey, who's it hurting, right? So you can play both sides. You can be intelligent. But I think there are plenty of people out there that are raising their children with their values. Now, when your kids move away and they can turn into whoever, and you'd be like, I thought I did a better job than this. Okay. I'm not saying that your kids are clones and carbon copies of you, but there's a lot of people out there that seem to think that parents are giving up on their kids, and we haven't all given up on our kids. So I'm really surprised at how many young people I run into that really do have their head out of their ass, and they attribute it to their parents. So don't give up on the younger generation just yet.
No, I'm not, but you got to realize a lot of them are out there in the streets saying, please take our guns. That's kind of ironic and weird, even for this day and age. Other generations would never hit the streets and say, please take our guns. Guns are killing these poor children and everybody. Mass killings. Take them, please.
I am more pro 2A than a lot of people I know, but I'm objective. Okay, I'm not. I don't drink the Flavor Aid. You're never going to get me in Jonestown. Okay, I was raised in a house with no guns. Not an anti-gun home, but nobody talked about the Second Amendment or how important it was. Or anything. I was literally raised around no. I didn't fire a gun until I was 16, and I really didn't learn anything about firearm safety or anything until I enlisted in the military. And I've instilled my values in my children, and they understand how important it is. My older son was old enough to vote in the last election, and the main reason he was voting was because of income taxes, but his second reason was the Second Amendment.
Great, yeah.
I'm like, okay, all those times I thought he wasn't listening, he really was. And he even told me later, he goes, yeah, all those times you thought I wasn't listening, I really was. Don't give up on your kids, but don't twist their arm. Because you twist their arm, they will, if you've got the daughter that you're just overprotective, she's the one that's going to get knocked up. But if you got the daughter that you let run free, she's also the one that gets knocked up. You've got to be smart about it. As a parent, you've got to be smart about it.
Hey, is West Covina got a fire going over there? What's going on? Look, he's
like a big candle.
Somebody call 911.
I thought because he was looking at the screen, and I was like, Does he realize there's something burning behind him?
Yeah, what's convenient? Turn around.
Yeah.
Yeah, got a flame in there.
Yeah, I was looking and I'm like, well, maybe he's fluxing, but I was like, it's not going out.
Fluxing. Looks like.
Fluxing.
Yeah.
And
All right, as somebody who hasn't cast yet, one day I plan to explain fluxing to me.
It's when you put either sawdust or oil, candle wax or beeswax in it, and it is a way of causing pulling all of the crap to the surface. When it burns, it'll usually catch fire and make an open fire or a smoke, but it pulls a layer of crap together and makes it clump together, so you could take a ladle and scoop they call it like draw or something like that out and put it dross or something like that and put it into like a little tin or something to clean the top of the lead.
To skim it.
Well, it pulls all the impurities out. So you stir it as you put the flux in there, and as you stir it, it catches fire, melts, and pulls all that crap to the surface in a clump, and then you get it out.
What do you use, West Covina, in there? Sawdust?
candle wax.
Candle wax? Yeah.
Candle wax. And so the main thing I use it for is tin is god awful expensive, and it's the first thing to oxidize out on the top, and that little layer of carbon dust will reduce the tin back in, and you won't oxidize the tin out until after all the carbon's done burning off, and that's what it's for, so I don't burn tin. Now,
so does it keep it from burning off into the air? This tin, it just keeps it like it's almost like having a little lid on it or something.
Yeah, it makes a barrier to the oxygen, but the main thing is if the tin is out there exposed, if you scraped off and you get the shiny surface,
right,
it'll oxidize and it'll turn into powdered oxidized tin, and then you'll scrape it off and throw it in the bucket. But I want my tin to stay because I pay a lot for it.
Right.
Now, is that a .469 that's paper patched?
That's a 458 patched up to 472. And Squibby, if you just get a hold of me, I will send you a care package, because you're the only guy on this chat I know who has a Martini Henry. And I've got buckets of Martini Henry stuff, and I shoot it all the time. But that's a 600 grain hollow point.
Wow.
And okay, so the bullets I bought from Buffalo Arms, and they're .469 because the Mark IV I thought was set up for the .469.
Okay, no, the chamber's tapered, and it starts out near the front of the chamber at like 474, 478, and then squeezes down over 8 inches down to 450. So.
Wow.
But, you know, it's a 7-sided polygonal rifling, so your measurement will vary. But the bottom line is this. You start with 468 to 472 or so, and let her go. It's got 8 inches of taper to squeeze it down, and it squeezes it down. So when I'm shooting conventionally lubed bullets, 468 conventionally lubed, that's fine. For the paper patching, I patch it up to 470 or so, and that's fine. But it's one of those things where it's not one of these precision rifles or anything. You got an 8-inch long funnel to do what it's got to do, and enough so it doesn't rattle down the funnel before it starts squeezing.
Okay, now when you paper patch, do you use like onion paper, or do you just use regular paper or cigarette paper, or what do you use?
Okay, that's 2 turns of 8-pound onion skin on a 458 will get you to right about 470-ish, 471 too, depending, for 9-pound onion skin, depending on how hard you wrap it. But then again, it doesn't much matter. So you would just want 2 turns of 9-pound 25% cotton onion skin paper.
Okay, all right.
and then you can use a regular 458 mold. But I got these NOEs slick-sided for powder coating, and I just use them for paper patching. They work great. That Lee 500 grain, not so good. The accurate mold that they sell for the Martini Henrys, that's fine. Conventional lube, but then you're going to need a lube sizers.
It's not cheap. Dang.
No.
I want to say it's like starting out at $260 or some crazy crap like that.
Yeah. So thing is, I shoot 458 SOCOM as well, and so I'm just buying 458 molds and patching up, and the patching's kind of fun. It's no big deal.
Now, do any of you other guys cast lead?
I'm going to try to get into it in time.
Yeah, I'm a caster.
Okay, do you think it's a long game where over time it pays for itself?
Sometimes it depends on the source of your lead, makes the difference whether it's cost worthy. For myself, I've got a tire shop that feeds me a little bit, but I do buy some as well, so it kind of balances.
I don't mean from the standpoint of the cost of the lead, the material to make the bullet, but I mean the tooling, as far as the melter and the molds and all that stuff. It's just like reloading, right? What's the big thing that scares people? They think they're going to blow up their house and burn down the house. All right. And when you get them past that, you tell them, look, people have been reloading for 200 years. It's no big deal. Then they look at the price of a press and dies and everything else, and they go, I ain't paying that much. When over time you recoup your costs. So with melting,
cheaper,
casting,
it's cheaper than drag racing right now for me. So no, just to be funny, it's a hobby. So I'm going to spend a little bit of money on the hobby and, pass it on to my children. Cause like we are in a time now where components are so hard to come by right now, it's worth every bit of it to me, casting and reloading my own.
So it could be looked at as something that pays off over time, but it could be looked at as something that pays off when we have these shortages.
Yeah, and like you said, like I was saying, it's a hobby. So what do you choose to spend your money on? Now that my kids are grown and gone, there's not a whole lot of going out for them. So it's, I can afford to do this, and it's what I choose to do there.
Okay, yeah.
The other great thing is that you'll never have to say, I can't find bullets for this gun ever again. You don't have to be afraid of anything anymore. So, you get like one of those weird Carcanos that you can't buy bullets for. It's no problem. You get a shot out Mosin that needs something a little bigger. It's not a problem. And that's the thing that did it for me. It's the darn martinis that got me into casting and reloading. And so now it doesn't matter. There is no gun made that I can't cast a bullet for, for reasonably cheap.
Yeah, this is something where, like my 8x50 rimmed Mannlicher, this would be, even though I can use the same projectiles 8x56 or whatnot, this kind of fits in with that, where I'm having to make the cartridge. I've got to cut down Mosin brass or something else like that. The Martini Henry was a kind of this is a good price on an old gun, and I've always wanted one of these. And then it was, oh, wow, this is what you have to do to make ammo. Wow.
Yeah, so that's the other side of it. You'll find that really neat surplus firearms that are in Bizarro cartridges are still cheap because nobody wants to touch them. And casting is just part of that. You can go shoot your stuff without being afraid that you can't get components.
So my Mark IV was bought for me by my wife. It was the very first gun she ever bought. She bought it for me for my birthday at Dixie Gun Works. They had, before they started selling, or not Dixie Gun Works, sorry, no, not Dixie. What's the knife shop in Pigeon Forge? Rocky Mountain Knives. Before they had the whole gun section downstairs that they've got today, they had a little corner, a little like alcove, and they had 1896 gun there, and they had Mark IVs lined up. They must have had over 100 of them, and they had more in the back. And she started at one end and I started at the other, and I said, just look down the board and look for the best looking gun. And we found the best looking gun, and she just whipped out her credit card and she said, I'm buying this for you. And we got it home, came back up from Tennessee, we got it home, and then I started looking up ammunition. And at the time, there was that one company in Australia making ammo, and they eventually stopped. But I started finding out that you had to, buy the components. And fortunately, I had a big enough single stage that I could actually reload with this and all that. And it's like paper patching. What the heck is paper patching, right? And I'm buying like an 11 millimeter leather punch to cut out my little cardboard inserts in there. And I'm reading it. It's like, I got to put cream of wheat in here, and I got to have like cotton. And it's like, holy, I didn't know what an air gap was. And I'm like, I've been shooting a black powder revolver for how many years? And I didn't know what an air gap was. What the, but that's the thing though. When you go down the rabbit hole of this stuff, you start understanding this, and you know a little bit more about guns. It's old guns, but and it matters. It really does.
I love it to death because, look, I played with guns in my 20s, and then I put it aside, and I was into cars for ages. And then I'm living here I can't work on cars in the driveway, and I can't have a car hobby. So I decided, let's do a martini. IMI's got these Mark IVs for $600. Why not? That's a good little restoration project. And then bam, I'm telling you, all the way to the bottom of the reloading rabbit hole. Nothing gets more complicated than doing a martini Henry cartridge to start with. But after that, everything else is easy. And I love it for that. I mean, nothing scares me anymore. I mean, it can't be worse.
Do you want me to tell you what my wife paid for mine?
Yeah, go ahead.
So regular price, Smoky Mountain Knife Works sent out a flyer. And, we're staying with her sister who lives near there, and it's around Thanksgiving. So we're going through all the junk mail, and of course nobody there wants Smoky Mountain Knife Works, but I do. And I'm going on the back page. Normal price $500, on sale $350.
All
and
right,
I'm like, let's go tomorrow. And she's like, all right, let's go, right? And this is a 3-story knife store with all kinds of cool crap in it, right? If you ever are in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, or in the Knoxville area or Asheville area, go to Smoky Mountain Knife Works, okay? Now they've got guns down there. That I don't say the whole, a section of the first floor is all guns, and there's a Bud's gun shop behind it, right? So if you're ever in that area, especially if you want to, ditch the family for a day, just go down there. And
it takes a day, Squib. I've been there. I love that place.
Oh my, yeah, dude! Downstairs they got knife sharpening. I'm gonna bring a whole bunch of stuff. I'm gonna bring my lawnmower blade, right? So anyhow, me and
the woman went down there, and she said, well, all those years you went to the grocery store with me or for me, they paid off. So it's your time. You tell me when it's time to go, and I'll hang out with you all day. And it took us 5 hours to go through that shop, and I love it.
It's 3 stories of, dude, you can, if you want to find an antique bayonet, they got it. If you want to find a collectible coin, they got it. If you want to find a spatula, they've got it. I mean, it's just, and like I said, behind, they've got a strip mall behind there. And if you go into Pigeon Forge, holy crap, there's tons of shopping and whatnot. I met Sarge from C4 Defense in Pigeon Forge. And then I headed up to the knife store, and he headed up to the knife store, and he's like, where are you at? I'm like, I'm at the knife store. And he's like, so am I. Where are you at? But anyhow, that was the first time we had ever gone there. And they didn't have the whole gun section they've got now, because they got guns and ammo and targets and everything, right? The suppressors, the whole 9 yards. So
you got Bud's Gun Shop, the Corvette Museum, all that's sitting there around the corner. So just make a day of it, like you said. Dump the family and head out.
None of that stuff was there when we got the martini. And she's like, you were into this stuff. You want this? This is your birthday present. And I said, look how many there are. I said, I want the one with the least amount of rust in the bore. I said, so look down, take your cell phone flashlight and look down. So she starts on the left and I start on the right, and we just work towards each other. We end up, and I'm like, which one? And she goes, this one. I went this one. I look that, and she looks that, and then, we're looking back and forth. Like, this is the best one. So I get back up to Michigan, and I let my buddy know, and he's like, where's this place? And I'm like showing him the flyer, right? And he calls down there, and he goes, you got any of these $350 guns left? And he says, yeah, we have a few. He says, send me 2 of them, right? So he because his buddy wanted one too. So he just pays for both of them. His buddy shows up with $350. There are 2 boxes, or there were two boxes in one. And he goes, you get first pick. So figure out which one you want. So he let his friend, because him and his buddy both ended up with one. And yeah, I know that they're what, $800-900 for those things. And I went back like a year or 2 later, and I looked for an original bayonet with scabbard. Holy crap! Have you ever priced those things?
Oh man, the sawbacks are going for $700 or $800 right now, and the regular ones are what, about $300?
I paid, I think, $300 or $325 for the bayonet with scabbard. And I'm going, damn, this costs as much as the gun. But I'm one of those completists, right? I found a Victorian era combination tool. I've got spare parts for the gun and whatnot. And it's just it, though. When you really get into it, you start studying this, and you want to. I got a reproduction sling. I don't think I have an original sling for that one, and I don't think anybody's got an original bandolier. I know they have a reproduction bandolier for it, but and there's 2 slings, right? There's the brown leather one, and then there's the white parade one. But they would wear the white parade one when they were patrolling in the colonies. So which one is accurate? And then you start studying, and then you find out, wow, this thing was used in World War I. Then it's a Mark II. Crap, I've got a Mark IV. And it's like, if they had the Mark IV in World War I, why would they use the Mark II? This stuff will mess with your head.
Oh, but it's fun, isn't it? I mean,
it is.
Yeah. And that's the one thing I like. That gun's got a lot of character. I mean, and history and backstory, and it's great. I love them. Mark's one of the guys here. He went out and shot it when we were up, and he got the fun thing. The story for Mark is he flipped a spinner target with 1 shot with the darn thing, and I got that on film. And they're fun, and they're loud. Oh yeah, there you go. You brought home a souvenir.
I got me a little souvenir.
So one night after a live show, Roll Call 219 got a hold of me, and he said, hey man, I picked up this M95. You know anything about it? I said, is it a Steyr straight pull? He said, yeah. So I'm sending him pictures of mine, and he goes, you've got one of these things? Well, it turns out he's got an M95 from World War II that was reworked between wars. That's 8x56 rim. I've got one from World War I that wasn't reworked, that could have served in World War II, that was 8x50 rim. So now we're sending pictures back and forth, and we're comparing and all the, and the history between 1895 and 1944 on this particular gun. How many different arsenals made it? How many different arsenals reworked it? How many different countries used it? The fact that the 8x56 and 8x50 stripper clips are interchangeable, and just on and on and on. It's like, holy crap. It's like, yeah, dude, this will blow your mind. This Milsurp stuff it's history. And you can take it out to the range, and it can be a plinker, right? You can go, hey man, I got it. It's $500. I got it for $350, and then you find out that it costs you $9 a round to make your own ammo, and just take it out to the range and be a range to it. Or you can appreciate it, and you can say, wow, they did this to it, and they did that to it. And it was used here, and it was used there, and like mine came from. It was underneath a floor in some palace in India. That's probably where yours came from, West Covina.
Yeah. Yep.
Dead Horse is in the audience out there. Hey, brother. I just wanted to give a shout out to the channel, the YouTube channel, Ruger Old Army Girl. Put out a new video tonight. Willie the Bullet Man's big fan of her channel, and so's Dead Horse.
So am I.
Yeah, dude.
Hey, what's
What a
convenient?
small world, right?
What does Dead Horse mean by the foil cartridge?
Okay, so the first cartridges that the Martini was developed with was they used the steel base off the 577 Snyder cartridge, and they were wrapped in foil. So they used brass foil and wrapped them up and crimped them down to the size. It wasn't drawn brass. And the old story of that is they used
Dead Horse come in for you.
Was the foil in place of the paper patch?
No, it's the actual cartridge case. It had a steel rim that came up like a shotgun shell, about little under a ½ inch, and then wrapped around all that was brass foil, like 3 or 4 wraps of coiled brass, and then they crimped the neck on when they put the bullet in, and so it looks like crumpled up brass foil, the cartridge, and that's what they came up with originally. And then when they had extraction issues in Africa and in Sudan, they went to a drawn brass case in the 1890s. But before that, it was foil wrapped. And again, the big joke was that they used child labor to make the cartridges, and they had to do something with all the orphans with a bad extraction. So, these guys were getting killed and their kids were sent to the ammo factory.
Dude, that's messed up.
It is. But that's the Martini history for you. A self-regulating ammo supply.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, Ruger Old Army Girl. I think I've watched some videos from her years ago. I didn't know she was still on YouTube.
I'm gonna check her out.
Check it out. Check it out.
Yeah.
Uncle Jim is sweet.
She shoots black powder, so she does a lot of I don't know anything about black powder. I'm not gonna lie to anyone. I know absolutely nothing. All I know is when you're handling a loaded firearm, don't do it with your wool socks on a carpeted floor, because you can have a discharge, and not a good one. So yeah, that could be a problem. So that's the only thing I know about black powder, is shoot those things before you bring them in.
So, Echo, I don't have a lot of black powder videos, but mine are geared towards somebody like you. You know reloading, smokeless powder, you understand your center fire, rim fire, stuff like that. The way I talk in my videos, the terminology I use, and how I explain things, you'd be like, oh, that's it? That's the difference? Or that's what I have to do?
I watch your videos. I watch all your videos.
Well, you don't have to. Nobody has to, okay?
No, whenever. No. I watch your videos because I even like the train ones.
Well, thanks. But
I just watched the one on the garden. I watched the entire video, dude.
The reason I do the garden videos is because I'm trying to say gun people are regular people like everybody else, and I'm
dying to see if those carrots come up where you've got them. You're worried about maybe next year.
Yeah, because the ones that are coming up are from last year, so I'm wondering if I got to rotate them, or stage them a year in advance. But the thing is, though, if you watched a black powder video and I said something that maybe didn't make sense to you or did make sense to you and you commented on it, then I might have a better idea of what to say next time in a video, because you're the kind of audience I'm reaching, Whereas if somebody who's already advanced says, duh, we already know that. I've had that comment before, right? It's like, all right, I'm not even going to respond to this guy. But then you get the person who doesn't know crap about guns, and they'll ask you the dumbest question. It's like, how do I answer this and not sound like a total douche, So I kind of like it if you do watch some of those videos and you point out, hey, dude, you left out this or you left out that, or what do you mean by this, or do you think somebody's going to understand that? I'm not offended by stuff like that, because then it gets me to thinking. It's like, oh yeah, I could improve this, or maybe I can go back, or maybe I should, So
No. A case in point. I made a comment. You were you were talking about Black Coffee or Black Rifle Works or something like that. It's a coffee company that makes that's supposed to be this Second Amendment coffee company, and apparently the owner had got caught donating money to a anti-gun foundation, and I guess everybody else found out about the same time, and I just let you know, and you hadn't heard about it yet. And once you did, you looked it up, and you were like, "Oh, okay, there is a thing going on." You were like, "Yeah, okay, thanks for bringing that up. That's something to pay attention to when you're buying stuff."
yeah, and it's stuff like that I like people to point out to me, because maybe I don't know if something has changed, or maybe and that sort of thing. But still, it's the whole point of, I don't mind negative input if it helps me make a better video, or it helps me reach somebody in the audience who's maybe afraid to get into reloading, or afraid to get into black powder, or afraid to get into guns, or has some of the standard questions, or which people need to understand that they don't need to be so timid, they don't need to be so afraid. Don't be careless, don't be reckless, don't be a bad ambassador, but don't be so scared of this stuff.
If we happen to get just chopped off and cut off, which it may just be because I ran out of time this month. So I'm just letting you know. I'm not trying to end everybody at one time. I'm just letting everybody know.
Uncle Jim has proved that as long as you've got a minute to start with, they won't cut you off. They'll send you a nasty
Okay.
email. Yeah, but they won't cut you off.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, no worries. They can bill me. Yeah, with Dead Horse, I'm sending you a package. I got some goodies for you.
Well, it's been a long stream. It's been a good one. 3 hours and 41 minutes.
Yeah.
I hope nothing comes out of Congress. I hope the GOP don't cave on anything.
Yeah, I hope they shut them down. I hope we start raising enough of ruckus to where they're just like, you know what? Just like Obama tried to do all that gun control crap after Sandy Hook, and everybody just freaked out and was like, no, we don't want any of that. And then bam, we all got off our asses and started making phone calls and telling our representatives, hey, listen, you tell them no more gun control. That shit don't work.
Flood the Capitol with all the phone calls we can. I'm going to call them too. Still.
Yeah.
Actually, I told you I called Mitch McConnell a few weeks ago and mentioned gun control before we were even talking about this stuff. I called him up and left a message and spoke with the girl. I said, we want no gun control. Leave a message. A lot of times the answer machine it'll kick in. And just leave the message.
Pony 47 and Dead Horse want to know if Uncle Jim fell asleep.
Me too. I was wondering. I think he is.
Haven't heard anything from him for over an hour.
I think he is asleep.
but I did hear his wife for a second there. Last time I heard.
I did. I heard her say something in the background. Because
Yeah.
every once in a while I'll make her giggle because I'll talk in this like Karen voice, and she says I make a real funny Karen voice, and I gotta just be in the right mood to do it. And I start talking like that because some liberal thing will come out, and I'm just like, it's just like that woman, the governor of Chicago. She's like, I have a problem with the press corps. We don't have enough blacks in the press corps. So I'm only going to have interviews with black or brown newscasters in the future. And I was just like, this from a woman that went to Ivy League schools who had all white other students, who was able to progress to be class president 3 years in a row, and like graduate in the top 10% of her class, and played trumpet or some kind of musical instrument. All this in a school where they show pictures of her. She's the only African American woman or girl, young lady in there, and she was able to progress all the way through and get a scholarship and everything, with any kind of racial discrimination holding her back. And then she comes out and says something that the press corps is too white, and the blacks aren't going to get, and brown people aren't going to get a fair representation because the press corps is all white. And I'm just like, my gosh, dude, whatever happened to judging people on the quality of their character?
This is happening all over the world, though. It's happening in Africa. It's happening in Europe, Middle East. They're teaching hate with the Palestinians, race baiting and all that. And now it's here. It's going to get worse. But it's going to be a mess. I thought we got past that point in our history, but apparently not with the left.
All right,
I'm
guys.
going out of here, Echo. I'm going to hit the
I
hay.
appreciate. Oh,
Thanks for coming by, Squib. I really appreciate it, brother.
yep. Thanks for the invite. Everybody.
Nice hanging out with y'all. Take care.
Have a good one.
Good night,
I need to
Squib.
find his.
All right, we're out.
I want to find his channel, Echo Squib.
Yeah, I'll give you a link to that.
Yeah, please. Yeah. I think I'm subscribed to MCK. I think, if I remember right. Yeah, Uncle Jim's asleep. I kind of thought he was earlier. Remember I texted you.
Yeah, I'm like everybody said. I heard his wife talking a little bit, and I thought maybe I heard him, but it happens to the best of us. I've passed out so bad before. I passed out on a live stream and started snoring. I mean, snoring loud. And it was back in the Hangout days where you couldn't even get rid of the person. You couldn't kick them out of the Hangout.
Oh, wow.
And I don't even think you could mute them. It was like, I think you could, I can't remember now, but I was snoring, and I couldn't help it. I fell asleep face down with my phone stuck to the side of my face.
Wow.
My back hurt so bad the next day. I was woke up and I just leaned over and passed out just in my own lap. And it was my back hurt so bad I couldn't even, I was like, what the heck happened?
I think Dead Horse has got it. Go check. Let me put it in the browser. Appreciate it, Dead Horse.
Well, I'm gonna get on Uncle Jim. First time I got on a chat with him in a while, and he disappears.
I'm going to text him right now.
Yeah, I see it. Squibble.
Thanks, Dead Horse.
Got airplanes on there. I got it. Appreciate it, Dead Horse. I subbed him a while ago. So. Just now, actually.
Yeah, that guns and barbecue chat the other day was really good. Talking about the link to the comment section and stuff. I see what everybody's saying about needing to stick together and be ambassadors and be good people about it all, not just threatening and whatnot. Because at the end of it all, we know we're going to do what we have to do, but
yeah,
I think we're going to win. Kill them with kindness is what we need to do.
Yeah, I've been trying to bring everyone together across, like, there was a gun channels group of guys, and Squib was part of it, and DJ Play Nice, a lot of the guys, K24, G23, they all kind of, with G Webs, everybody remembers gun websites and everything. And then there's a group of guys that are Uncle Jim and Willie the Bullet Man
Oh
and
yeah.
Oceans and MCK and everybody in this group. I'm trying to get everybody to stand up together so we've got one big, larger voice. Not to mention the
I
state of
think
Florida. Listen to this. The state of Florida has made it so that our governor says if big tech bullies us on a social media platforms, we can sue now $100,000 top sue for $100,000. But the
good
thing
news.
is, per thing. But the thing is, in the state of California, where Google's headquarters is for YouTube, every time someone makes a lawsuit and takes one out, they have to pay for full counsel, everything to represent that suit. They can't put them all together and do a class action. So if they discriminate against 10,000 people in the state of Florida, they can lose 10,000 times $100,000, which wouldn't be much for them, but then they could lose millions on their representation fee with counsel, which would break their back. So they've got to be very careful on what they do now with people that have channels based out of Florida.
Wow, that needs to be
Georgia do that.
broadened.
Yes.
That's good stuff. I was just going to say, I think 2010 all the way up till now, and I think some of the, I don't want to call them, FUDs or anything like that, but the shotgun group, you can still see the snobs where they don't think an AR-15, is needed, blah, blah, blah. Well, look, I don't need a Lotus either, but if I could afford one, I'd have one. A trigger is a trigger. It goes bang when you pull it. It doesn't matter what kind of stock it has. It doesn't matter what kind of holster it sits in. It doesn't matter if the military uses them or not, or if it's a Sunday shotgun or a hunting rig. Gun guys need to be gun guys. And I think we had a big separation, but now I think that is merging a little bit more.
I like to think so. I like to hope so.
We need to be active
and
get involved.
Yes. Yes. And I'll be honest, guys, I wouldn't. I was 12 when I shot my first gun. Dad wasn't a gun guy. He was just an Air Force guy and just wasn't into them. And I had my BB guns and stuff. But it wasn't until about 8 or 9 years ago that I really started getting into them. And I've just leaped some bounds with this YouTube community helping me get into it. Also wasn't really politically active until the last 8 or 10 years. So it's all kind of been, a wash for me. So we got a lot going on. And we got a lot to take care of.
Yeah, be sure to call Speaker McConnell's number. He's got power in the Senate.
Yeah. Now, where are you at, AR Guns? What state are you in?
Georgia.
Okay, I'm up here in Indy, so.
Indiana.
I'm going to try to keep on that. And there's a lot of folks up here that are in that group of guys where they love their hunting, but they don't think, they're kind of gun snobs, if you will. But we're getting better at it.
Rick's up there where you're at.
Rick,
Life as I see it. Rick's life, as I see it, and shooting with disabilities. He basically grew up in England when his dad was in the military, and he came to, I want to say, either Pennsylvania or Massachusetts, I think Pennsylvania, and ended up moving to Indianapolis because the gun laws in Pennsylvania were bad. So he moved, and he was a guy from gun websites, and he and Dead Horse and a lot of other guys all came from that group of guys, and I'm trying to get as many people all to branch together now and start talking about what's in their lives, what's in ours, reloading, guns, Second Amendment, and if we have something like this ATF thing where they're trying to change the definition, we can all get together and all make a phone call and all drop a line. And that way our voice is twice as big, is twice as strong.
I mean, they can call it what they want, but at the end of the day, military still has their fully automatics, and we have our semi-automatics. We just need to drive that home. People just talk lightly about the assault. The word assault, I can make anything assault. I took enough kung fu and taekwondo to understand how to hurt somebody with my own two hands.
The word assault
my hands
was defined by the liberals in this country to make it an evil object. That's what we're seeing.
Right. And we do a lot of preaching to the choir. I think we're getting to be a little more spread out and getting into the younger population. As much as we like to think they're all brainwashed, I think we're starting to see a little bit more of that. We just have the media against us.
The Republicans, I watched a video today. The Republicans actually mentioned that phrase I just said. They, Cotton and Kennedy and Mike Lee, I mean, they hammered that ATF director.
Good deal.
Yeah. They said,
I did see the one little snippet. Warthog 71 put that snippet out there, and man, he tore him an ass, didn't he?
Yeah. The only thing we got to worry about if Manchin ever does away with the filibuster, which I don't think he will. If he does, oh boy.
That'd come back and bite
control them with 51 votes.
Yeah, but then it'd come back and bite them in the ass so hard because we would get so pissed off that we would come back and we would do something that would just totally, because our planned attack at that point would be like full on just wipe them off the planet type of thing, so that we would come across, and the next thing we put across where they couldn't do anything to stop it would totally shut down something huge that they were planning on doing that was really important to them. So they don't ever want to do that.
Hope so.
They like to talk a lot of shit like a good gambler,
I got
but
a
with
feeling
no ass.
If Cornyn and GOP don't cave, we may not see nothing outside the ATF done on gun control under Joe Biden. That's a possibility. What I'm feeling and seeing in politics.
I'm hoping and praying that. I'm hoping that he ends up being a big zero and then being just like he said before. I can't, I want to get you guys gun control, and like talking to the Democratic cities and in like Chicago, the mayor there, she keeps saying, "Oh, it's Indiana. It's they sell the guns and then they bring them down here." Well, that's funny that Indiana doesn't have a violent crime with guns spike. It's just Chicago.
New York
no matter where they come from, people are breaking the law to do it. They're breaking laws. It's not. It's never been the gun. It's people that have ill intent. No matter if it comes from Timbuktu or Indiana, somebody sold a gun illegally. Illegally is the key word.
Right. And the thing is, though,
we're preaching to the choir.
Yeah, the illegal, yes, but the problem is where they're buying these guns from that they say are just easier to get than a library card. There is no gun epidemic of violence. There's no problems. It's only right in these democratically run cities that are getting millions of dollars from the federal government to fight this crime. Now in Chicago, they have an open door policy. You can get arrested for anything non violent, like where you actually do assault to somebody, and you can go down and basically they turn around and release you.
Yeah,
They don't. You don't even go to jail and have to bond out. They just basically release you under your own
Exactly.
recognizance that you're going to come back and appear in court, and they say less than 20% due.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's accountability, period. Accountability is not being happened.
It's weird. The Democrat Party wants for these new laws, but they're not even enforcing the laws they got. Period. And they're actually showing it, and we can watch it in the videos and stuff, and news. It's just mind-boggling.
Well, if we went a little bit more Old Testament on them, you know, if thieves started losing a finger, if rapists started getting castrated, I mean, things would start dropping. Crime would start dropping. I'm telling you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They made the choice to do the bad thing. So guess what? Pay the price.
It is ironic, though, isn't it, that the Democrats are hollering, we need more laws, but yet right now they're sitting there going, no, we're not going to lock up that rioter. That person that burned down that building, we're going to let them go. Get them a turn.
This is what Dead Horse is saying. I'm down with no more 4473. Hey, listen, I know AR Guns and me. I don't know if Dead Horse is old enough. I think he's my wife's age, so I think he's a little younger than me. But basically, it used to be you could I could look in my Sears Roebuck catalog come November, because my birthday's in the end of November, and then I have Christmas. So I would get to pick something out, and every year I would buy myself either a Marlin 22 or a Sears Roebuck 22 or a 30-30 lever action. Winchester made special guns for Sears Roebuck, and they were labeled Sears, but they were actually Winchesters. They just didn't have the nicest wood like Winchester had. And basically, I had a couple of those, and my aunt would order it for me, and some bitch would show up at our front door a week and a half, 2 weeks later. Bam, delivered by the UPS man, where you had to sign for it, yes. But if you weren't there, you could tell them to leave it on the side of the fucking house, and they would do it, and there would be no problem. And there was never problems with mass shootings and all this, and you could order shotguns. We couldn't order pistols, but you could, because you couldn't do it through Sears Roebuck. They didn't sell pistols, but you could. I remember getting an NRA thing because I was an NRA member back in '74, and I remember being able to send in $15 and my NRA little certificate badge, and getting a Colt 1911 A1 sent back to me in the mail to my post office, where I had to go to the post office and pick it up.
Yeah, I remember everything before that NIC system. Early 1990s, my brother come to me. He's a lifetime member of the NRA. He says, "Oh, this is something we're going to do." And I said, "What?" He said, a background check system. I said, "It'll be used as a database. It's going to go further. You watch." And that was back before they were really that libtard. And I said, it will be abused in the future. They'll come up with another.
Oh, dude, you ought to see here in Florida, the fucking there was a couple of guys that did a video. If you go to the ATF building in Florida, they have huge sealed metal crates, the big metal shipping containers, filled with 4473s from gun shops that have held them for 20 years or went out of business and gave all their 4473s that they have to keep on premises. to them, and they've got people's social security numbers, what they
Yeah.
bought, all their shit, even
Right.
cops, and it's in there with a padlock on there that I could cut with a pair of bolt cutters, and that's all people's information, and it's non-secured. After hours, it's all closed down, and basically those locked up those big things are all locked up, stacked behind the thing, and they did a big review where they actually were filming being right up next to the doors where you could cut the locks off. They didn't, of course, but
Yeah, I think the stores, when they go out of business, they have the option of either buying their merchandise or keeping the merchandise, right? Or they can turn it over. I think now they're wanting to turn over their stuff to a 44/7 free form or something. I've been reading about that. I don't know if you're familiar with that, Echo.
no. Before, what we could do was we could liquidate our sell, or if we ended up with a large amount, we could even just put it to a like a trust,
Right.
and that way, basically, it was in our name, but it was in a trust, and the trust had our name on it. So basically, I could have 3 or 4 other names on there in case I died, that they could get rid of the stuff and sell it as a personal private sell without a background check. But if he keeps pushing this universal background check, that'll be a thing of the past.
Yeah. Yeah, they're doing everything they can to bend it now. I mean, everything. They supposedly do photocopies, phones, thumb drives, whatever they can do to get copies of those forms. They're only supposed to do it when a crime has been committed, supposedly. But they don't want that. They want access to it, everything, those forms. Put it in the database, which would be the National Register. That's going too far for me and most of us.
Well, down here in California, if you want to see what they have in mind, I haven't bought a firearm here in California since the law changed that everything has to be registered. It's been that way for a while. So now they got the California Department of Justice will come to your house and tell you, oh, you're not an approved person right now. And demand your firearms. So the next step is, no matter what they say, the whole point of this is to send people to your front door and get your gun.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what it is.
Yeah, any ruse they can use to
They
be
want it to become a norm. They want it
non-combative.
to become a normal
Yeah.
across America, like they're doing in California.
Or like in Taiwan. I mean, basically, if you have a firearm in Taiwan, they can come to your house and just kill you.
Well, I'm real happy.
And said something about he apologized for saying Taiwan was a country one time in a movie. Sinise, that wrestler. I thought Glenn Beck covered it. I thought, what a joke. What an idiot. A woke guy, apparently. And Biden don't have the balls for the war with Taiwan. Bush probably would out. And Biden won't. Well, I'm gonna hit the Echo. I've enjoyed the stream.
Yeah, brother.
Yeah,
sounds good.
It's getting kind of late.
Nice talking to you, AR.
Yeah, nice talking to you, all of you. And, how long are you gonna stay on it? You gonna stay on a while, Echo?
No, I'm probably gonna shut it down here pretty quickly as myself.
Yes, interesting stream. I enjoyed it. So I'm gonna crash.
All right, brother.
If I can go to sleep.
Yeah.
Everyone have a good evening.
You too, brother.
Yep, take care.
Yeah, you too, MCK, West Covina Dodge. Uncle Jim's asleep. Tell him I said night if he wakes up. Have a good one, y'all. See y'all later.
Later on, brother.
All right, bye.
I broke my pot.
What do you mean you broke your pot?
Damn it.
Yeah. So, well, it's a Leaf 420. So there's a little screw in the bottom for the little guide, the little valve, and it's pulled out of the bottom.
Oh, shoot.
Oh man, you mean the actual the petcock that lets the lead?
Yeah. So there's a guide screw that's threaded in right here,
Right.
and yeah, it's pulled out. Oh, still hot as the son of a bitch though. But yeah, so I'm done for the night. I'm gonna have to take this thing apart.
Oh man, is it fixable?
Oh yeah, yeah. About 5 minutes with tires once it cools off.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, I am a happy camper. I have 2,000 rounds of 9mm to load up, and I got my last 10 pounds of 9mm done. So they'll be going in the powder coat oven tonight. Gonna
Awesome.
Heck yeah.
We're gonna do powder coat store gloss purple.
Awesome.
Nice. I'm loading up some 44 mag hunting rounds and just finished up 223 for the boys. So I'll be up till about 6 or 7 and back to work Friday night. I really enjoyed hanging out with you guys. Pat, it's good to hang out with you again.
Oh, Mark, it's a pleasure. It's good to see you.
Yeah.
And I have to get you up to Vegas.
Well, y'all take care, and we'll see y'all soon.
All right. Take care, brother.
Yep.
Yeah, West Covina, I think I'm going to shut it down.
All right.
Thanks, everyone in the side chat for hanging in and staying up. Appreciate it. We'll be doing another one soon.
Jim's going to come back on in about 2 hours and find out he's all alone.
Yeah. Take care, everyone. Have a good night.
All right. Nighty night. Thanks for having me.
Okay.